witness. You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So welcome back. I think when we picked up, you were describing to us, or when we ended, you were describing to us some of the various programs that you utilized as a computer crimes detective. So now I just want to kind of jump into what you did in this particular case. So were you asked to respond to Allison Feldman's home, 8526 East Monterey, and attend a briefing on February 20th, 2015?
Correct.
And so tell me a little bit about your role. What's the point of you going to the house?
So I was advised to go on the Friday. So I believe the incident happened on Wednesday. On Friday, I was asked to go to a briefing in the morning to see if there was anything related to digital media or something that maybe we had missed or to kind of continue with the investigation. So I attended a briefing in the morning to get kind of caught up since I had missed. I was actually off the first 2 days prior to learn about the incident and kind of what had already been done and what still needed to be looked at continuing going forward.
And at this point, given your expertise, are you primarily focused on, the digital kind of computer phone type of evidence?
Yep, that's correct. Anything that related to surveillance or computers or phones or anything related to that aspects.
And did you ultimately learn that there had been 2 laptops and an iPad found within Allison's home?
Yes,
And were you notified that her cell phone was missing?
correct.
Do you at some point go into the home?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I was asked by that time, it was Detective Lockerbie. He's a lieutenant now with our police department, to go and see if I could examine a Cox Communications kind of individual box that kind of listed out entries for a security system related to doors, windows, and some of that aspects. They wanted me to look at it to see if it was remotely connected via Wi-Fi or if it was hardwired or if it had some type of media device in it that we could then extract and forensically go through.
And did it?
It did not. There was no external media or internal media that was removable that I could see. Based on the shape of it, it was kind of based on our training and experience that we've seen. It was probably via Wi-Fi that connected to some Cox servers based on the sensors and stuff that were in the residence.
So you weren't able to see like a clear slot for like an SD card or like a hard drive that you could pull out of that device?
Correct.
Now, because you went into the home, I want to ask you, have you, in your time as a police officer, particularly prior to February 20th, 2015, ever had any contact with somebody named Ian Mitcham?
No.
Do you at some point actually receive for processing you or one of your coworkers with computer crimes, the Lenovo ThinkPad, the Apple iPad, and the Toshiba satellite computer?
Yes.
So I want to tell you a little bit. Let's just walk through those. What did you do with the iPad?
So the iPad, like we described yesterday, we connected that to our UFED Celebrite device. I was able to run, I believe, a file system extraction and a logical extraction using the device, which again has a write blocker in it so that we could analyze the data that was in that iPad.
And because you're using these terms, and I want to make sure we all understand what you're saying, what you said, a file system extraction and a logical extraction.
Yeah, at that time, again, 10 years ago, the ability to do, there's 3 types of extractions. Logical is kind of what you see on the computer or the phones, kind of what you can visibly see. A file system dives just a little bit deeper, and then a full physical extraction will go even deeper than that. Typically at that time, iPhones was not supported for a physical extraction as some Android devices that were at that time. So we were only able to process a file system and a logical extraction.
So there might be differences in what you're able to do with the device depending on what kind of device it is, Apple and Samsung being the 2 largest ones.
Exactly. It depends on, like I said, kind of yesterday, what Celebrite has kind of back-ended and figured out to reverse engineer based on what the companies have provided, what data to them.
And so in this case, you were able to do those 2 extractions on the iPad. What do you know about the case coming in with your specific role in computer crimes you're handed off this device, and then you do these extractions like you told us, and then what do you do with that?
Yeah, so it's interesting in these types of cases, right? So me coming into it 2 days afterwards, we're still in, this isn't solved yet, right? So we don't have a suspect. We don't really know much about it from a forensic standpoint. So as I'm going to do the analysis on these devices, I want to be able to provide detectives, here's a printout of what is in this device, whether it's a laptop, computer, phone, iPad, all of that stuff, so that they, through their investigation, can start reading through it and kind of matching up. Maybe this is a clue that they have to go in a direction or something else related to it.
And again, like you said, not knowing at that point, what you may ultimately learn is, is it important that you get involved even as early as February 20th to see if anything comes of the forensic extractions?
Yeah, and that's kind of why we attend the briefing to begin with. We're told victims' names, witnesses' names, anyone that's kind of related to what our investigators have already uncovered. They kind of provide that to us so that as we're going through this device, it's a keyword or something that will pop up that we can then say, hey, we found this. For example, this person with this phone number said this text message, and we can provide that to detectives so that they can continue on with their investigation side.
And so at this point, you're looking for potentially things like phone numbers or people she may have been in contact with, especially in the relevant time frame.
Absolutely. So we want to look from a time frame of whatever time frame before, a week, a month, anything of that matter that may provide any significance of, hey, there's a meeting request. Maybe it's from work, maybe it's from something else that we don't know about, to be able to provide our detectives to do some follow-up on.
And so if there had been someone, reaching out to her, contacting her that you were able to see from your extraction, that information would be passed along to detectives. Hey, this phone number or this contact in her contacts has been in touch with her. Might be someone of interest.
Absolutely.
But you didn't do that next step follow-up.
No, so at the time, because of our exigency and because of the unknown, we just did the full reports, and it was handed off to detectives because they were obviously still working the case, and they went forward with skimming through everything that they could.
And I think you mentioned this word yesterday, carving.
Mhm.
And what is carving? What does that mean?
So as we talked about yesterday from computers, carving relates to, in its simplest form, when you go to delete something, say it's a file or a picture, it doesn't necessarily, again, at that time, it doesn't necessarily change everything so that it wipes away from the computer, right? So it actually changes a couple characters in the front, and they're still not findable as this is the current file as in its state, but the computer does not wipe it or erase it. What it does is it takes that file space that's there now and begins to rewrite when another file is created, so that now it starts to take up that same space that was previously quote unquote deleted. So carving refers to, when we go through computers, when we go through phones, it's that space that could have been related to, for example, a JPEG image or a photo, that it could capture some of that information based on, it's a hex value, which is a form of binary to do specifics, headers and footers, to find out if that's an actual photo related to it. So it's kind of in that same file, but it may be pieces of it, but it may be the whole thing as well.
And in this case, when you were looking at the iPad, were you able um, to get some information from the iPad, Gmail, and a password?
Yes.
What was the importance of that? What were you able to do with that?
So what we wanted to look at, I believe it was found in the notes section, kind of similar with an Android phone and with an iPhone. A lot of people will take notes. At that time, even to nowadays, a lot of people will put their username and password because we have so many. So that's kind of the similar things that we would kind of initially look for when we're trying to find accounts for anybody, from suspects, victims, anything like that. So I was able to discover, hey, in the notes section, here's a email address plus a password that was associated to it, which was really important for us to be able to give to detectives and to find out its email. Is there any kind of connection? Is there emails that may be still in the system that are linking to someone that may have been at the residence or not?
And were you able to get into that Gmail around February 21st, 2015?
Yes.
And were you able to provide detectives information that there may have been a UPS delivery coming in around the 19th of February?
Yes,
And we've heard some information about that, but that's the kind of information you might be looking for.
absolutely.
Were you able to use that email to ultimately log into iCloud?
Yes, typically your username at that time or your email address is used for your Apple account, and so there was an association to use that two similar passwords and username to access an iCloud account. Since we knew that I was informed that her phone was missing from the scene.
Ultimately, were you able to try to use any of the Apple features to reach out and try to find Allison's phone?
Yeah, so in the iCloud itself, it doesn't necessarily automatically upload everything. You have the options to select different things, photos, contacts, all of that from it. There's also the section where it will create a backup for you, where if you lose your phone, if you lose kind of the device itself, then you can download it via the backup. Um, at that time, for Apple devices, there was essentially two ways to do a backup of your phone or of an iPad, which was a hardwire connection through iTunes that would go to the Apple servers, or typically you could go directly as a Wi-Fi or a cellular upload directly to Apple via that way to do a backup, which would show in the iCloud account.
And in this case, did you learn there was a backup on February 17th, 2015 that had been done?
Yes.
Did you also at some point, before I move on to that, place any alerts or anything on the phone to notify Apple or the network that if the phone connects to a network that an alert should be provided to police?
Yes, at that time, there was a couple different modes that you could put a phone in. One was a lost mode, which would notify you if it did hit a network, kind of give you a not an exact location, but a general area, as well as I don't remember at that time if there was an actual, you could wipe the device to save your data or not. But we decided after talking to the sergeant of violent crime, Sergeant Davidson, that we were going to put the phone in lost mode with his number and his name, as if you pulled up the phone, it would say, hey, please contact Sergeant Davidson of the Scottsdale Police Department with this phone number so that we could try and locate that phone.
And now, as it goes to the iCloud backup, you noted that there was a backup done, so the phone was backed up to the cloud, the iCloud. Were you able to then restore that information from the iCloud and actually look at it?
Yes. Again, I'm going to refer to 10 years ago at that time with the software that we had and the availability of it. We at that time did not have software that would read a direct backup that was downloaded from Apple itself. So what we ended up doing was a search warrant was granted for the backup from Apple. They then provided us the backup, which came in a specific file name to be able to utilize for analysis. Prior to that, using a brand new iPhone that we got from our city IT, I was able to update it to the current version of what the backup was, and we actually were able to download that backup directly to a brand new phone, just as you would if you would have lost it on your own. From there, I was able to do an extraction from, like we talked about yesterday, the snapshot or the last time and place that that backup was sent to the cloud, and restored that image to the cell phone, the brand new cell phone that we had. And then we were able to do a report like I had previously discussed to be able to provide to detectives just like with the iPad.
And did you do that, at least initiate that backup to the new phone around February 25th of 2015?
Yes.
So still kind of a tight timeline as far as from the murder to when you did that.
Yes.
And just so I'm clear, you're saying back in 2015 you would have gotten the content from Apple, but without having an Apple device back then, you wouldn't be able to sort of read what Apple was sending you?
So it's for lack of better terms, all files, all types of things have an extension associated to it. Like, for example, like I talked about a JPEG, sometimes it's a .jpg, sometimes it's a .jpeg, right? But that's the file extension. The file that we got from Apple was a GPG file, and at that time, we didn't have any software that could read it. I don't know if it was developed yet or if they were in the process, but we didn't have that as our tool.
And did you and I talk before your testimony
Yes,
about what you were going to testify about?
yes,
Did you tell me that it might be helpful if you were able to sort of provide on just a piece of paper some of the information that you're talking to us about?
yes.
Is this one of those areas where that might be helpful to demonstrate your testimony for the jury?
Yes, to be able to explain kind of the cloud basis and how it works so that you understand that that is a secure backup that's directly from Apple.
Would that be okay, Judge, if the witness stepped down and I have a piece of paper, you could just do it?
Yes, that's fine, on the Elmo. Okay. I take it no objection from the defense.
No.
Okay.
Move over here.
The mic's on here.
Yeah.
So for example, if we've got our phone here, there's, like I talked about, two ways, right, for it to actually get to Apple servers for it to do a backup. One, it's going to go through either a Wi-Fi connection, which is then going to go to their server.
And 1 second,
Oh, did it go away?
we're just waiting for the projector.
There you go. You can zoom out up here if that's helpful.
Okay. So we'll call this our phone. It's going to connect via Wi-Fi in your house or wherever you're at. It's going to do a direct connection to an Apple server, which is secure from Apple itself. Now, what I was talking about from the cloud, if you're not on Wi-Fi, if you're on cell phone, it's going to go into a theoretical cloud, right? Not really an actual cloud in the sky, or it could possibly go to a cellular tower and then go to the Apple server, or it could go to a satellite that is sitting there and then to the Apple server. But these are all secure lines, and that's kind of how the whole system is set up so that it can do a secure backup and that it's your information that's being protected as it goes to the servers. And then it's housed on the servers, which could be anywhere in the world. And that's kind of the cloud basis of it, is it doesn't necessarily go to the same one in one single place, because you have redundancies to make sure that you're now protected. If there's a fire or something in a server farm, then it's going to be there always for your availability.
Fair enough. And so the Apple servers that you're ultimately able to get the information back from, that's all sort of proprietary Apple software or file systems?
Yes, just like Android has Google, this is Apple's kind of concept of protecting your data.
And you ultimately needed her password that you found in the notes section to access this iCloud. Is that fair?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned that you were able to put it on this backup phone. So did you? And you I think you said this already, but did you do that same extraction process on then we'll call it the backup of the iCloud, to pull everything in a forensic copy that you could then manipulate without changing the original data?
Right, so that's exactly right. So from the cell phone itself with the backup, I performed the same thing that we did with the iPad, which did an output of a report. And again, it's just reading the data. It's not changing any of it. And that was provided to detectives and investigators.
And again, it creates this hash value.
Yes.
A couple broad brush questions. In this case, at one point, after you've done all the, have extracted the information from the devices, is it stored somewhere at Scottsdale PD, the extraction?
Typically, the extractions would be held on a forensic drive that was on the computer and possibly later uploaded to a secured server so that it's not changed or modified by anybody.
And are the devices themselves also stored at Scottsdale PD, but sort of separately?
Yeah, after we're done with it, typically with the case, we will return it to evidence, just like we would any other evidence, physical evidence or something like that.
And might as well be as good a place as any. At some point, did the servers at Scottsdale PD have issues? And ultimately, is some of the extractions that you obtained, were those ultimately lost?
They were.
But were the same extractions done of the original devices by a Detective Litchfield in computer crimes later?
Yes, and that's the beauty of forensics, like we talked about. If I make a forensic digital copy of it, anybody can come make the exact same forensic digital copy, and we verify that via the hash values, right? The hash values haven't changed. So at any time, if this, let's call it a digital software or digital image is ever lost, we can replicate that because we haven't touched the original evidence.
And now we're jumping back to what you were actually doing in this case. So you get this iCloud 22515. You're saying as you're getting this information, you're providing it to the detectives. Even back in 2015, was there, sort of a good amount of information that you would get from a download of a phone or a computer?
Absolutely. I mean, even back then, I think we were up to 64 gigabytes on a phone, maybe 32 to 64 gigabytes, which if you imagine just a simple text message is in the kilobyte area, this is like exponentially a lot more data that could be housed on it.
And so you make sure to gather all of the data and kind of pass it along. Are there, based on the information that you're told about the case, do you look at it to some degree?
Absolutely.
So for instance, in this case, did you look at the backup from the iCloud and kind of see if it was consistent with some of the locations that you had been informed Allison Feldman had been to, particularly on the 17th of February?
Yes.
Did you go back at one point? We're going to stick with the iPad now, but move forward in time. You promoted out of computer crimes in, I think you said July of 2018?
Yes.
So in April of 2018, were you sort of mid-promotion process?
Yeah, I'd already known that I was on the list, so I wasn't taking on any major cases that would possibly have to get turned off at that point or turned over.
And we'll hear that, we did hear that in April of 2018, Mitcham was contacted in this case. So you would have still been in computer crimes, but kind of transitioning.
Yes.
And both in 2015 and 2018, when you learn information and you being the computer crimes guy, do you kind of take a look at the device to see if anything pops out to you that could be pertinent to the case?
Yes, that's one of the things of why we tended to review a lot of the stuff and talk to detectives and investigators to make sure that we had a basic understanding of who are the key players, what are some of the crimes that have been committed. For example, maybe it's a fraud, maybe it's burglary, theft, something like that, so that we can look through a couple different ways. Obviously, there's a manual search that you can go through, which is very time intensive if you're just searching down. There is keyword searching that we can enter into our programs, especially with computers. And now with the iPad and the iPhone, they usually exported to a PDF. So we could then use the control find and try and hit some of the keywords that we would have. And there's also the indexing searching, which is essentially everything that you look at from a higher level, like we talked about with the extensions. It will be all listed in a nice format for us to kind of view on a high level, and then we can dive down when there is something that is pertinent or comes up in our search parameters.
And again, although we've had you testify for close to an hour or so now, is it safe to say that focusing first on the iPad, that when you went through that information, there wasn't anything that sort of came up to you about the case that popped out, oh, this is going to be related, I need to pass it along?
Correct.
Even into July of 2018, when you would have been at least notified of the Ian Mitcham contact.
Correct. I spent probably over 900 hours on the case trying to find essentially a needle in a haystack, right? When you don't have anything to go off of. But if you kind of view it from, if you can picture a needle in a haystack and then exponentially put however many more haystacks on top of it, that's kind of what we're looking at in computers. It takes so long to process this stuff.
And I'm going to move through a couple more questions here, but just to make sure we cover everything that you did generally. The Lenovo ThinkPad, was that forensic download done by Detective King in computer crimes?
Yes,
And did you yourself do the Toshiba satellite?
yes,
Did you actually, though, get a chance to look at both of those forensic downloads at some point?
yes,
And you mentioned the program I think you mentioned the program FTK Imager.
yes.
Can you briefly tell us what the difference between that is and what we've already heard about that you used on the iPad and cell phone?
Right, so FTK Imager is that device that or the software that we talked about yesterday that creates that forensic image. We also used a program called FTK, which stands for Forensic Toolkit. That was the analysis program. That's what would go in and do the processing of the drive, our copy drive, to look for what we could go in and look for our keywords, our indexes, and all that stuff. That was our kind of interface to view the file.
So we heard it's kind of like your Celebrite or your programs that are related to the phone, but it's a different software.
Correct.
Okay. And does it still use the right blocker that you talked about
Yes,
and still create a hash value?
yes.
Okay. Now you, particularly for those computers, did you focus a little bit more on potential things that a computer might have, like emails?
Yes, I was asked to kind of look for emails, and like we talked about prior with the extensions, emails are kind of specific. If you're in Outlook or in the internet, stuff like that. And so we were trying to find all the emails that could have been associated. Now, I had already gone into the Gmail account and seen what was still present there with the Gmail server, but sometimes you can, let's call it locally or to your own computer or device, save emails or other files to that device that may not be housed in the server. So we were trying to find anything that we could in that time frame.
And again, not going to belabor the point, but to the extent that you had information and you looked back at those devices, is there anything that you found of note as it connected to the murder?
Unfortunately, no, I did not.
Did you also use a program to try to look at any internet-related activity that you could find?
Yes, at that time we had a program called Internet Evidence Finder, which was more specific to look at cookies or browser history that would give us a nicer interface for all of those different components, kind of specifically related to those browsers and anything related to internet searching and anything associated to the internet.
And again, did you find anything of note in your review?
No, I did not.
Now, still in 2015 now, but in July, were you asked to assist with some social media type information as it related to Allison and Alex?
Yes.
Can you tell me more about that?
So I was asked to go into any social media that was discovered either via an investigation from our detectives or something that we may have found in devices to apply for and get granted via search warrant the information for them if they did have it housed on the servers to be able to send us that so we could do the analysis and processing of it.
And so, for instance, were you able to, or at least request information from social media companies that we may have heard from, like Instagram,
Yes,
Facebook,
yes,
Twitter,
yes,
WhatsApp,
yes,
Yahoo,
yes,
LinkedIn?
yes,
And again, you mentioned that you make this request and you get what the social media companies have to provide.
yes.
And might it vary what the company still has depending on their own internal policies of retention and things like that?
Could you rephrase, please?
Sure. Might the retention periods vary from company to company?
Yes.
Might that affect what you're able to? Oh, I'm sorry, that was an objection.
To strike.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Sorry, he repeated the first phrase of the question before, and I objected at that point.
Okay, I'll just ask that you rephrase the question, please. Thank you.
We talked about several social media companies.
Yes.
The point here is very, very minor, but you asked for information from those companies.
Yes.
Is what you received from them, might it differ from company to company?
Yes.
And why might that be?
It depends on the company's own internal policies. For example, they may retain information for 30 days. They may retain it for a year. We just don't know via any of the companies because it's their own policies. Just like your surveillance equipment may retain something for 2 weeks or it could be for 2 months, depending on when it writes over. We just request everything that they would have had at that time for anything related to these specific accounts that we were provided.
What was one of the things that you were hoping to get from the social media companies? I'll ask that question first.
Yeah, so some of the things that you guys know, you may not know, with social media companies, there's direct messages that can be delivered back and forth between a couple users or a group. There's also photos, there's also posts that are done, and we were trying to get as much as we could. Again, this is now in July, 5 months later, for any connection to anyone. And that's kind of the purpose of why I was asked to go request that information from these companies.
Is another thing that you might get from a company related to a location of the device that's accessing the social media account?
Yeah, it's important. So an IP address is a unique identifying number that gives you access to the internet or cell phones that is provided. So as soon as you log in to a app or a website, that company will log where it's coming from. Now, it's not necessarily your specific device related to the MAC address, which is that unique identifier that you can all see on devices, but it provides, if you're on the internet, that's the IP address or internet protocol that is assigned to you, that is connecting via that username at that exact time. So we're looking for any of those correlations, because how that helps us is if we do find, for example, in the time frame that we're looking for, that an IP address was logged with this username, we can go then request subscriber information from that specific IP address, which may come from a Cox Communications or a Verizon or any kind of internet provider.
And so once you have an IP address, it's possible you could get to a physical address.
Hopefully, yes.
And in this case, again, you went in and did the work that you could do. Were you able to, well, strike that. Was one of the things at that point, still in 2015, were the police curious as to whether Alex had been close to Allison's house around the evening hours of February 17th?
Yes, as far as I know.
And can you tell us a little bit more about, from the information you had gathered, what you might look at to make that, to render any information on that?
So there's a couple things with devices. So if you have your cell phone or any kind of device that may connect to Wi-Fi, we're looking for that. If you look in your Wi-Fi history, maybe it comes up as the same name that is used at a house or at Starbucks or something like that, that we were looking for to see, hey, was there any connectivity at a specific time via this phone or user that we could say, maybe narrow down a time frame of when something was connected to a specific Wi-Fi or internal residential internet provider device.
And so if someone has connected to a Wi-Fi previously and they go back to that same location, might you be able to get information about connecting to that Wi-Fi again?
Typically, yes.
And in the information you were able to review, was there any indication that Alex was hitting the Wi-Fi at Allison's home on February 17th?
For when I was given at that point, no.
Okay. Now, you mentioned you spent roughly 900 hours of time total kind of working on this. Is that, as of February 2016, now a year later, had you kind of exhausted what you felt like you were able to look at or do at that time?
Yes, in my entire time that I was back there in computer crimes, this is the longest case, the most hours I have ever utilized on an individual incident that we've ever had. It's not normal for us to go through this extensive searching or all of this, but when we don't have any leads, when we don't have a suspect or any connections to it, we have to exhaust everything. We have to look at maybe the minor digits, or is there something else in there? And so it's really important, especially for me, for what I do, to do everything I could, because of, obviously, we don't have any leads that were being presented at that point.
May I have just a moment, Judge?
You may.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Okay. And cross-examination, Mr. Randall, whenever you're ready.
We just need to get a couple of exhibits. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I have a question right off the bat, unrelated to anything that Jeff talked to you about, Mr. Roseberry talked about. I noticed that you had a weapon coming into the courtroom. Is that a requirement that when you wear your uniform, you have a weapon?
Well, currently I'm on duty at the job right now, so I did come directly from my shift.
Okay, so you don't have a concern for safety in the courtroom today?
Um, I help to provide safety. That's why they make me a sworn officer, but I don't have concerns. Sure.
Okay, thank you. Now, you talked to our team, I believe, in 2020 sometime?
2021?
Okay. And was that during the COVID crisis, or was that sometime after?
I believe it was in late of 2021.
Okay. And at that time, I think that you were working in public relations?
Yep, at that time I was the public information officer.
And so you've gone from, in that short period of time, you've gone from public relations, I think, to sergeant to lieutenant?
So I was the sergeant in the public information office, and then I promoted to lieutenant after that, yes.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you seem to really like the IT field.
Yep, absolutely.
And you have training in the IT field.
Yes,
Yeah, and this was a big case and concern for both you personally and the city of Scottsdale, right?
yes,
So even though you described that there were several haystacks that you had to go through for the needle, you went and tried to do that.
I tried, yes.
And so I think that Mr. Roseberry had kind of left the opinion or insinuation that you just gathered these reports and gave them to the police. And while that may be true, it's also true that you spent 900 hours on the data to see if you could find anything that could be useful.
Correct.
And at some point, you hadn't found anything useful. And at some point, were you told that the case had gone cold?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
I believe it was approximately a year later, so in February of 2016.
Okay. And then at that work, did you stop looking for information?
Yes,
Okay. And then you looked again once that Mr. Mitcham was given, or once you understood that Mr. Mitcham was a suspect.
correct.
Okay. And once again, you didn't find anything.
Correct.
Okay. Did you use the same degree of analysis that you had used earlier?
Yes.
Okay. I may have misheard. It seemed to me earlier in your testimony that you asked Mr. Roseberry, sorry, whether or not this was in salt. Does that mean anything on a case? Did I mishear?
I'm not quite sure.
It was early in the case, and it sounded like the information was stored in one place because the case was just beginning. Is that a database, separate database, or I may have just misheard you?
Okay. I believe you're asking initially when we do our images where they are stored. Is that correct?
That was my question, but that gets me out of looking like I didn't hear something.
Okay. So initially, we have individual forensic devices. They're ginormous machines that we could put multiple drives in order to save it, because like I talked about, some iPhones were 32 gigabytes, some drives were terabytes at that time. So we needed to be able to store this data. So we would store it on our local drives that were not connected to the internet. They were completely off for the safety side of it. And then once we were finished with the case, we would transfer it to a secure server.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I did have a question. You mentioned a lot of different sites and social media and phones and computers. Did you also look at potential dating sites?
I don't believe so. No, I don't believe I was given those.
Would it refresh your recollection to hear what another officer had written in a report about you looking for dating sites?
Another officer wrote that I was given a dating site?
Yes.
Okay, yeah,
Would that refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay, might it, I guess.
And
It may
what
not.
exhibit number is this?
It's exhibit number 664.
Okay.
This is base number 114 that I've opened to, but you're welcome to look at anything else you want to.
Okay.
Based upon that, were you asked to look for potential dating sites?
Yes, according to this paper, yeah.
And did you find any?
It says that I located two that she was had a username for.
And what were those?
It states match.com and plentyoffish.com.
Okay. And is that important information for the police to have?
Yeah, that's why I provided it to Detective Bailey,
And why is it important?
because it's another account that was there, kind of like social media, to be able to see if there was any interaction between messages or any connections.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Mr. Rosenberg talked to you about connectivity and what you can find out in the digital database concerning connectivity. Do you remember that line of questions, or did I
Sure,
misstate
yes.
it?
Mhm.
Okay, and one issue that came out was the router in Allison's home. Do you personally know whether or not there was information on that router?
I do not know.
Do you know what happened to the router,
No,
or if anyone tried to collect information on the router?
I don't know.
And I believe you were able to say that there was no connectivity with Alex Sokhodolov, I believe is the name we use Stone now, but there was no, that his device hadn't connected the Wi-Fi in Allison's home.
As far as what I was told during that time frame, that it had not connected.
And does your ability to determine connectivity, does that also apply to iPhones?
It depends on the device.
Okay. And do you know, or did you do any analysis to determine whether or not Alex's iPhone was on and active at the time of Alex's death?
At the time during our initial search warrant request for Apple's data, Alex's information was also requested.
Okay, and what did you find?
There was not very much information that was linking anything to that time period that I remember.
And so is that an indication to you that his phone was not being used?
I do believe that it was very, very limited as far as what we got back from what was retained. I don't even to this day know if he had an iPhone that he continued to use at that time or if it was an Android.
So you don't know if the phone was on or off at the time?
Correct.
That may be it, I just want to double check. Okay, so you looked at all this digital data in 2015, between 2015 and 2016?
Technically, all of the data was between 2015 and 2018 before I left at some varying degrees, yes.
Okay, thank you. Were you ever asked to look for information concerning James Katsilamitis?
No.
Do you know whether or not this data was looked at with new technology that would have been able to provide the physical information that you talked about that wasn't available in 2015?
Do I know if somebody had redone an analysis on it?
Yes.
I don't know exactly. It could have been, but I'm not quite sure what was provided or what they had done in the unit since I left.
Okay. Do you recall what the time of the backup was on 2017? I'm sorry, I'm jumping in my head. I've read a lot, but you talked about a backup being done on Allison's phone in 2017, and that's what you went back and recovered with a different iPhone.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact time frame without seeing the phone or the device, or I'm sorry, the backup itself.
Okay. Would it help you to look at your report to see if there's information in that report concerning the time of the backup?
Oh, sure. Did I write that?
It's within the document that I gave you, but you're welcome to look at your own copy.
I don't have a time the backup was sent to Apple.
Would the extraction report refresh your recollection, or would that information be on the extraction report itself?
As far as I was told, all of my reports that I created were lost when a server was down. So I don't have any, nothing was placed into evidence for what we did based on the working copies.
Okay, I'm going to show you a document that's been marked as Exhibit 669. You look at that document and tell me what that document is.
This is an example of a possible extraction report related to an iPhone from, I believe, from Celebrate, yeah.
Okay, and is that one of the extraction reports from Allison's iPhone?
Again, I don't know. I can't verify this since my documents and my stuff that was there is no longer there, so I can't verify if this is accurate or not.
Okay, so your concern is that that isn't the original copy, so you want to be extra cautious that someone could have done something with that, and you don't want to put your stamp on it.
Exactly right. So without any of my evidence that I'm looking at, I can't say that it is or isn't.
That's fair. Thank you. I think that's it. Let me check. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And any redirect by the state?
Yes, thank you, Judge. If you had the full extraction in front of you, which can run into the thousands or hundreds of thousands of pages, and the hash value, would you be able to compare if the hash values match from your extraction to Detective Litchfield's extraction? That's a weird way to phrase that, but
Again, it's very difficult without having that original report that would show it. There's no way that I could verify that this is exactly mine versus what Detective Litchfield has done. However, like we talked about before, it's not a matter of what happens with my device or what I did at the time, because nothing changes when we do what we do because of the right blocker and creating those hash values to make sure that they're verified and that the information is still in its correct state.
and I think I confused two concepts. So just to be clear, when you pull the information from, let's stick with just phone,
Okay?
you get this forensic copy. The forensic copy has a hash value associated with it.
Yes.
Now, from that copy, all that data, you might generate a report yourself.
Yes.
And you might say in the report, I want 2 weeks of information and I just want images, for instance. That's a thing you could check. Generate me this report.
Yes.
But that does nothing to the data that you're pulling it from. It just generates a unique report. That way you can look at something that's a little more narrow.
Correct.
And now when Detective Litchfield re-dumps that same phone, no matter how much time has passed, he can look at the hash value on his dump and compare it to the hash value on your dump and say, the data we pulled from this phone is identical.
Correct.
But he could generate a whole different report with 2 other weeks, and he could ask for videos instead of pictures.
Correct.
Okay. So just so we're clear, you're not saying that there's somehow something was lost, but you're saying because what the work you did was in looking at specific parts of the phone, you're not going to say this report that you were handed today is necessarily something that you could attest to because you just don't know without having gone back and looked at the original data and generating a report from that.
Correct.
Okay. You said that you kind of stopped your role, not in total, but kind of your focus in large part in February 2016.
Somewhat, from actually that's when I was informed that the case had gone cold. So the full data that we were getting in obviously was slowing down at that point. So that's when it kind of slowed down.
Just to be fair, there are a lot of, not a lot, but a relatively large number of detectives in Scottsdale.
Yes.
And if a tip were to come in after February 2016, a detective might be assigned to look at it.
Yes.
It might not have been you.
Correct.
So it's not to say that nobody was working the case after February 2016. Sorry.
Sustained, if you could rephrase, please.
Were there detectives still working the case after February 2016?
Yes.
So the questioning of you was largely you had exhausted, had you exhausted at that point sort of the avenues that you had available to you to look into?
Yes, from what I knew at that time and how far I could go forward, that was exhausted.
Defense asked you about 2 dating websites, Match and Plenty of Fish. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And you still have the report up there if you need to refer to it, but the very next sentence after what defense asked you about, he stopped questioning you about whether she was on those dating sites. Is there also information in there about the last activity you observed on those dating sites as it related to Allison?
Yes.
And when was that?
I'm going to refresh so I
Absolutely.
get it right. I was able to discover that the only activity she had on those sites occurred in early 2014.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, if anyone from the jury has a question for this witness, we would collect it at this time. And seeing none, may this witness be excused, subject to recall. You may step down. Thank you.
I need to check and see that the witness is here, but I also need to set up the computer.
Sure.
Exhibit that we have, and I'm just wondering if we could put that in.
Okay. And could you approach for that, please?
Do you want it on 2 screens or just, does it matter?
I want it.
You know what I mean? Okay, that works. So now you just drag it over there, and then you have a separate screen. I just use the arrows because the mouse is like this.
Raise your hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness stand, please. Thank you.
I'm going to do this right now, Judge, although we're not to it yet. We'll get to the PowerPoint in a bit, but there's going to be a few slides on the PowerPoint that depict phone numbers. One is in the phone number that was assigned to the victim, and then also to Alex and Charles Hunt, a person that we've heard about in the trial. I want to make sure that the media is not filming these phone numbers when those slides are up there. To me, that's sensitive information that should not be out in the universe.
Yes, thank you. And I see our cameraman nodding, and so just let us know once
I
we're
will.
about to play that, and then
I will.
our cameraman will shut off the video. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Kelsey Cohen. I work for the city of Scottsdale under the police department, Scottsdale Police Department, and I am a senior police analyst assigned to the criminal intelligence unit.
How long have you been with Scottsdale Police Department?
It'll be 23 years in April.
Can you please tell the jury about the different positions that you have held within the Scottsdale Police Department?
I started with the Scottsdale Police Department and patrol as a police aide, not sworn, so not a sworn police officer, but Scottsdale has police aide positions. So you're in a uniform, marked patrol car, and you respond to delayed crimes. So delayed burglary reports, fraud investigations, collisions, that type of thing. So I did that for 4 years, and then I got applied and transferred to the Special Investigations section as an investigative police aide, and I've been doing that job function for the past 18 years under Special Investigations section. Just they change our top job title every couple years, it seems like.
And so you mentioned that you are now a senior analyst?
Senior Management Analyst is the latest job title, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned you're a civilian employee, not a sworn police officer.
Correct, yep.
Can you please explain the day-to-day job duties that you have with your position?
Yeah, so function as an intelligence analyst. Day to day, it can be, I do a lot of workups, and we can go into what that means, digging for people, for cases. I do a lot of phone analysis, and then a lot of open source threat assessments, whether it be on people, events, locations, that type of thing.
Okay, we'll break that down a little
Yep.
bit. So you mentioned open source investigations. Are these proactive investigations?
Yes.
Can you explain what open source means?
Open source is anything that you guys have access to. So any citizens has access to social media. Open source could be things as simple as going to the Maricopa County assessor's site. Anyone has access to that. They're not law enforcement databases. They're not paid databases. It's open source. Anyone has access to it. So a lot of that is monitoring for any potential threats, but also looking into people using open source means.
Okay, and then you mentioned workups, and I think you said digging up information on people.
Right.
Explain that a bit.
So a workup is a generic term, but a lot of times a detective will come to me or another analyst and say, hey, can you do a workup on this person? It could be a suspect, it could be a victim, it could be witness, it's anyone, and they provide more details. A workup could be as simple as, hey, I need to go interview this person for a crime. I'm looking for their home address, a good cell phone number, and their employer, where they work. So I will use law enforcement databases, open source databases, paid party databases, criminal justice systems to try to locate that information for that officer and provide that to them, or the detective to provide that to them. It could be complex as if you're trying to do a complete workup on a victim to try to find out every person they've had contact with, anyone where they've been, for workup for SWAT serving a search warrant, could be deep diving on social media to try to identify any children who might be in the house or animals, anything like that. So workup is a wide range, but it's using all databases I have possible to me to provide that information to whatever the detective's looking for.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you also do analysis of phone records, and I think you said social media?
Yes. So for the phone analysis, when I went back to special investigations 18 years ago, that's where I started learning the phone data, because the unit I was in at the time was the conspiracy unit. We worked large-scale conspiracy crimes, organized crime, and did a lot of wiretap investigations. So that's when I started doing the training and started working phone analysis, whether that's looking at who people call, looking at patterns of life, mapping where a certain phone or device was during certain time frames to either prove they were at a location or they weren't at a location at the time.
Now, you mentioned when you were in this unit, that's when you started doing the training. So that kind of leads me into my next question. What type of training did you take to be able to do the job that you do?
Over 100 hours of various cell phone analysis classes. Obviously, you have to keep up on technology as it changes. So in the past 18 years, over 100 hours of that. I am a certified criminal intelligence certified analyst through the International Association of Law Enforcement Intelligence Analysts. Sorry, it's IALEA, a lot of acronyms, and also have certifications and certificates in various cell phone analysis.
Okay, and I think one of the things that you mentioned is you need to routinely keep up as technology advances. So to follow up on that, do you continue to attend trainings to stay up to date on the various topics in your field?
Continuously.
Have you testified as an expert related to these areas before?
Yes, I have.
Do you know how many times?
For cell phone specific analysis, I did a murder trial for Peoria Police Department because they didn't have anyone doing that. And I believe that was around 2014-ish, that time. And then I've done some for City of Scottsdale courts for misdemeanor crimes.
Okay. Now, we talked about some things that you do in your position, but I'd also like to talk to you about some things that you don't do in your position. So we just heard from Lieutenant Kevin Kwan. Are you familiar with him?
Yes.
Okay. So he gave the jury a lot of information about things called Cellbrite extractions, meaning taking devices and pulling off information from those devices. Is that something that you do in your job?
No, I don't touch the actual physical cell phone. The data that I analyze is coming straight from the cell phone companies.
Okay, so you are specifically focused predominantly on records.
Correct, yep.
Do you write search warrants?
I do not.
Okay, explain to us why.
Not sworn officer. So detectives or officers write the search warrants.
Now, in response to search warrants written by police officers, detectives, when they get, let's say, documents back from the search warrants, is that when that information is provided to you?
Correct, yep. So they will then forward it. Now everything comes via email from the telephone companies. So the telephone companies email it. It used to be when I first started, they would literally snail mail a disc with the data or a banker's box with the printout records. But now it's all email. They will email all the data records directly to the detective who wrote the warrant. They then forward it to me to analyze.
Okay. Typically in your role, are you coming up with people to be searched, or are you your skills being sought out by a detective saying, hey, can you do some deep diving into a particular person?
Correct. Yep. They will make the request of me. This is what I have. A lot of times I'll ask some follow-up questions. Can you do a workup on this person? Well, what exactly do you want? Do you want me to deep dive, spend 10 hours pulling up everything on them? Or are you just looking for home address, cell phone number, employer info, basic information? Or do you just want criminal history, violence potential, that type of thing?
Okay, so essentially you do work based on a request coming to you.
Correct.
I want to talk to you about the specific work you did in this case,
Okay.
or really start with how you got involved. So I want to draw your attention back to February of 2015, specifically February 18th of 2015. Were you asked to respond on that date to 8526 East Monterey Way to assist with an investigation?
I was my lieutenant at the time.
Okay. Your lieutenant at the time called you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if any, information were you provided with before you got to that location?
It was looking like a bad homicide scene, and they wanted myself and another analyst to go to the scene to be debriefed.
Okay. So we've heard from various units within the Scottsdale Police Department, and each one has a separate chain of command. Is that fair?
Correct.
So the person that called you, your lieutenant, and asked you to respond, that was someone that was in your specific chain of command?
Yes, my direct. So it goes, I report to a sergeant, and then the sergeant reports to a lieutenant. It was my direct lieutenant.
Okay. And who was that at the time?
Lieutenant Joe LeDuc. He is now Police Chief Joe LeDuc.
Okay. Aside from you, was anybody else from your unit called out to the location to go along with you?
I don't remember if any other detectives in my unit were, but specifically the other analyst, Sherry Spence.
Okay.
Yes.
So once you arrived at the Monterey Way address, did you participate in a briefing?
Our lieutenant debriefed myself and Sherry and then
So,
gave us assignments.
I'm
Yep.
sorry. Okay, so Lieutenant LeDuc was at the scene already,
Yes,
and then you mentioned he spoke to you and Sherry,
correct,
and then gave you assignments.
correct.
At any point in time when you were at the Monterey Way address, did you go inside?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned after the briefing, you and Sherry were assigned specific tasks. So can you tell us what each of you were asked to do?
Yep. Sherry was assigned to do the workups related to the case. I was asked to do the cell phone analysis for that.
Okay. So when you say the cell phone analysis, we mentioned that you deal with records.
Correct.
At that point, as you're standing there at 8526 Monterey Way on February 18th, do we even have records yet?
No records.
Okay.
So they would have to do warrants. I don't know. I don't recall if they were able to do exigent warrants, which means it's a quick turnaround versus regular warrants, which could take a few weeks to get the response from the telephone companies. So in that meantime, I assisted Sherry doing workups until the phone data started coming in for me
Okay,
to analyze.
So that's what I was going to ask you. So since you didn't have what you needed to do the task you were assigned, what were you doing in the interim? So you said you assisted Sherry with the workups.
Correct.
Okay. Was it your understanding that you were waiting specifically on records related to a person by the name of Alex Sokodola and Allison Feldman?
Correct.
At some point, you get records.
Yes.
But before we talk about that and anything specifically you did with this case, are you familiar with the term CDRs?
Yes.
What are CDRs?
It stands for call detail records. It's what the telephone companies provide us. And so the warrant would say, I want this target phone number between this date range. And the telephone companies provide us all incoming calls, outgoing calls, text messages, as well as you can request cell phone tower locations. So during that call, that text, it will show you the tower and the sector that tower, where that device was during that time. Every telephone company is different in what they provide. Some provide only tower location data for incoming and outgoing voice calls. Some do voice calls and cell phone text messages, SMS messages, and others will actually provide cell phone tower location for data. And when I say data, that's your phone is constantly running apps, right? So all of a sudden, your phone's on and you got a Gmail notification or a Ring notification or an app notification. That's your phone going out and touching a tower. Not all telephone companies store that data, some do.
Okay, so you mentioned that the type of data you receive is dependent upon the cell phone provider.
Correct.
So if you could maybe give us an example of that. Is there a difference, for example, between what you might get from Verizon versus AT&T?
Yes, and I don't want to misspeak. I have a slide on that.
Okay,
That details exactly which.
Okay.
There's so many carriers and
got it.
I have to
Then
reference
we'll wait
it.
till we get to the
Okay,
slide at some
yeah.
point, and I'll come back to that question. Now, you mentioned that search warrants are done. At some point, you then get a link that gives you the information.
Yes.
Okay, so when you hit on that link, can you tell us typically what format that original data comes in?
So it's usually email, and the telephone companies just email the detective who just forwards it to me. It's usually zip filed because it is a lot of data, and every telephone company has a different format. What they come in, they're either Excel, CSV files, they're text files, or PDF files.
Okay, so related to this case, some weeks ago, the jury heard testimony from Detective Minor about search warrants that were authored, records that were obtained as a result of that warrant, and that he was working with Scott Carpenter, Detective Scott Carpenter, who the jury will hear from tomorrow, to obtain these records. So at some point, you mentioned that you did receive records and you were awaiting records from Allison and Alex, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ultimately then receive those records from those two detectives I mentioned, Minor and or Scott Carpenter?
I specifically don't remember which detectives. There's so many doing warrants. I don't know specifically. I couldn't testify to who sent me what
Okay.
specific warrant returns.
Okay, so you don't have a personal recollection of which one, just that you received?
Yes. yeah.
Okay. Do you recall what date this data got sent to you?
I do not.
Okay. You mentioned that you are not familiar with whether or not in this particular case related to the warrant to get the records, if there was exigency utilized when there's a request to get the data in an emergent manner versus whether it came the traditional way. Is that
Correct.
fair?
I don't
Okay.
recall.
We can ask another witness to tell us that, and that's fine. So let me ask you this. You mentioned that you receive the information. Sometimes it comes in different formats. It could be in a PDF. It could be in an Excel format. Typically, when you receive that raw initial data, is it in a format that is very user-friendly?
Not at all.
Okay,
And
so-
every
go
phone
ahead.
company is completely different in their format, and they constantly change their formatting.
As a result of that, once you receive those records, do you then try to make it more user-friendly?
Absolutely. So back then we had a program, a software. It's for law enforcement. And it was called PenLink. It allows you to upload the various carriers. This 11 years ago, we had Sprint, T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon. Since then, Sprint and T-Mobile have merged. And then Cricket and AT&T merged at some point past then too. But you had various carriers. The data also, all the phone carriers send it to you in a universal time code, UTC time. And so in order to make that make sense to what we're looking at, we have to turn it into Arizona time. In Arizona, we're lucky we don't do time changes. So we always have to take the raw data from the telephone company and subtract 7 hours from it. That's UTC time. Arizona is always minus 7 hours UTC time to make it turn into what the time zone was in Arizona when those calls were made or texts were made.
Okay, so you mentioned that you were using back in 2015 a software called Penlink.
Yep.
So I want to make sure that we all understand. You take these raw records and you input them into the software.
Input it into Penlink and say, I want to change the time from UTC to Arizona time. It automatically does that for me, as opposed to taking an Excel document and trying to write a formula and doing that. Penlink does that for you. It then also allows you to easily sort the records. I can easily look for a specific phone number. I can easily look for most frequent called phone numbers. I can narrow it down to a specific time frame. It makes it a lot more user-friendly than just trying to manipulate an Excel or a PDF file.
So I want to clarify though, other than taking the raw information and indicating in the software that you want it put into Arizona time, it doesn't change any of the
No,
data.
no,
So all you're doing is having the records converted into Arizona time
correct.
and then putting them in a more user-friendly way of kind of making sense of them.
Correct.
And I think the last thing you talked about, which is helpful with this type of software, it allows you to search things in a much more simple manner.
Correct.
So once you received data from the phone companies, in this particular case, any records related to Allison and Alex, did you then input them into Penlink and do exactly this process you've described for us?
Yes, I did.
Okay. After the data was compiled and formatted into the more user-friendly format that you're speaking of, did you then begin to do your own evaluation of the data?
Yes, I was, the detectives provided me what their timeline they were building for Allison and Alex based on interviews, video surveillance from the stores, and asked me to look at the phones and see if it matched the building timeline or known timeline, or if there was any anomalies or it didn't match.
Okay, so these are the things that you were focused on initially in your evaluation?
Correct.
Was one of those things looking at phone numbers and seeing who might belong to those numbers?
Absolutely.
And then you mentioned looking at a timeline. Was there a specific timeline you were looking at in terms of that initial evaluation?
I believe the detective had given me, hey, we know she had lunch in this area. We believe she went shopping, or she was on the phone and said she had been shopping. Those, can we figure out where specifically, or is that phone matching those patterns? And so that was a priority of her movements leading up to it, and then trying to identify anyone she had communication with through her phone records. So looking at the phone numbers, if we knew that was her mom's phone number, we could say, okay, that was mom, that was dad. And then looking at any phone numbers, if I could do a workup on them to try to identify who these people are, I would then provide that to the detective. Detective would then go off and try to identify exactly who they are, or write a court order to identify who belongs to that cell phone number and try to figure out who she was in communication with prior.
Okay, so you were trying to identify people that she might have been in communication with.
Correct.
You were looking at her movements. Is that correct? Is that a
Yes.
yes for the court
Yes.
reporter?
Sorry. Correct.
And it sounds like, since you were giving some specific examples of where she was having lunch and things like that, was your focus a little bit more on that initial 24-hour period of time?
Correct.
Okay. And you were looking at, you mentioned those things, but in addition, you also had received some records related to Alex.
Correct.
Were you also looking at these same types of things with respect to his records?
Yes, day leading up to until he showed up to the residence, that his phone device movement, as well as who he was in communication with and trying to identify everyone he's in communication with.
And then finally, because this will probably be a good place to stop after this last question, Judge, were you also given some information at some point to evaluate in this whole analysis of a person by the name of Charles Hunt?
Yes,
Okay. And was your understanding that was Alex's roommate?
correct.
Okay. I think this is a perfect place to stop,
Okay.
Judge.
So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break. Please remember that admonition, and we'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you.
Please rise for the jury.
discussing that you took the raw data from the records that you received, you put it into the software pen link that you used to put it in a more user-friendly format.
Correct.
And then you discussed the different ways, or the different focus of what you were doing in terms of, within the first 24 hours, in terms of looking at who might belong to a particular number, movements of certain people, that being Allison, Alex. I think that's where we left off.
Correct.
So you mentioned that you're doing your own evaluation of the data at this point. While you are in the middle of doing your own evaluation, are you also fielding questions, I should say, from detectives that are coming in regarding specifics in these records?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is an example of some type of question you might get from a detective, are you able, Ms. Cohen, to put a particular device in a certain area during a specific time frame? Is that the type of questions that you get from law enforcement in terms of what you're doing with the data?
Yes.
Okay. Just so we all kind of know what those types of questions are that are coming in from detectives. Now, you mentioned this a little bit earlier as something that you do as part of your daily duties, but I want to focus you specifically on this case related to this same point. As you were making your way through the records that you received in this case, and I think we were talking about the call detail records from Allison Feldman as well as from Alex and possibly Charles Hunt as well, were there certain numbers, and I'm going to focus this specifically on Allison, were there specific numbers that you were not able to identify?
Correct.
What action did you take, if any, when that happened?
If I wasn't able to identify who that phone number belonged to through a workup or from what the detectives provided me, this number belongs to dad, mom, sister. If there were any phone numbers that I could not positively identify, like this phone number belongs to this person, I provided that list of phone numbers to the detectives and asked them, then they could write subpoenas, court orders to try to identify who the subscriber to those phone numbers are.
Okay, and specifically in this case, did you work with Detective Carpenter? And I don't know if you're going to remember the exact person. Did you work with a detective when you identified certain numbers, and did you assist that detective in then seeking court orders for subscriber information from a lot of providers related to these unidentified numbers?
Correct. I don't recall specifically which detective.
Okay. And given that you, as you sit here today, can't personally remember when you received the records, I'm going to guess when you determined what you couldn't identify and when you assisted that detective in getting a court order, in getting court orders, you probably don't remember that date as well.
I don't.
Okay, and that's fine because
Okay.
we will hear from that detective, so
Okay.
no worries about that. Fair to say that as people along the way became identified, the detectives would then take the information you obtained and then figure out significance or lack of significance to the case?
Correct.
That's not something that you do.
No.
In addition to your review and interpretation of certain phone records, did you also continue throughout this investigation as needed to assist detectives with any requested workups?
Absolutely.
In addition to this case, were you simultaneously doing work related to other cases as well?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that if I asked you to remember the names of certain people that you might have done workups on, would that be an impossible task for you?
I couldn't tell you the ones I did yesterday. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair to say in your job, Ms. Cohen, you do a lot of these workups?
Yes.
While you may not have a specific memory, it looks like around March of 2015, you were asked to look into 3 additional individuals. I think one was Alexander DeLucio, one was, and I'm going to spell the last name, DeLucio. Another one was Dejan Knezevic, Knezevic. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly. And another was Jordan Weber, Weber. Would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No, I
okay.
no memory of that.
Okay,
but
you don't have an independent recollection
No.
of those three.
no, I don't.
So if you were asked to do workups after fulfilling the request from the detectives, what would you then do with any information that you learned?
When I put the work up, it's usually a workup packet I would put together, and I would either email it, or if I was in the same building as that detective, I would hand him the packet, and then I shred or delete my copy if I still
Okay.
had it.
And can you explain why you do that?
It contains, so they're not to be attached to reports or supplements. There's a lot of personal identifying information, sensitive information that can't be disseminated, criminal justice information, criminal history, employment information from DES that can't be disseminated. If I were to get a police report from a contact within a workup from another agency, as Scottsdale, we can't disseminate that. Because it came from another agency. So it's more of a intelligence workup packet for the detective to utilize for violence potential, any intel they need related to that person, and then it gets shredded or destroyed.
Okay. Now, we have a PowerPoint that's up on the screen.
Correct.
At some point, well, before I get into that, do you typically, we've heard a lot from detectives and officers and lab people about all the reports that they wrote.
Yeah.
In your specific position, do you typically prepare reports?
Supplements, it depends. If I am given a specific phone case on a subject and the detective says, I need to know if this device was in this area at this time related to this type of report, I will map that specific device. If I can put it in that location at the time, and then any other information related to that, related to a specific case, to prove or disprove that that person they're looking into was related to that case, I would do a supplement
Okay.
for that specific.
Did you do any supplements in this case?
No.
Okay. But you did put together a PowerPoint, fair to say that encompasses some of the information that you reviewed and some determinations that you made with that information during the course of this investigation?
Correct.
Okay. Now, before we get into your PowerPoint, I think it would be helpful. I think all of us have varying degrees of understanding in terms of cell phones, not necessarily how they work, but in terms of what you do, signals, towers, all of those things. So could you provide, so it can make sense
Yep.
to everybody here when we start putting up the PowerPoint, just a general description of the type of work that you're looking at and things related to this PowerPoint so the jury can understand what we're looking at?
Exactly. So basic terms, when your phone is powered on, and even if it's just sitting in your pocket, in your purse right now, it is constantly going out and it is touching multiple towers. Those towers it's constantly giving feedback that, hey, if they were to receive a text right now, if they were to receive a call right now, if they got a Gmail alert right now, this is going to be the strongest tower that's going to hit off of. And depending if it's a call or a text or data, the telephone companies record that data. If you go back, if you guys remember 15, 20 years ago when cell phones, they didn't have as much coverage area, you would be on the phone, you'd be driving, and on your way home from work, you'd be talking, and you'd always drop the call at the exact same time, and you knew that call was gonna drop right when you hit that location. That's because back then, the towers weren't overlapping and didn't have continuous coverage, so it'd be a little dead spot, and you would drop your signal. Now, especially in metropolitan areas, they have so many towers that overlap and cover that I can get on the 51 freeway at Shea, make a phone call, stay on that phone call all the way to Thomas in the 51, and I won't drop that call. My call and the telephone company is constantly feeding signals saying, okay, she's going this way, the next tower, and the phone seamlessly is bouncing back and forth between the towers. The telephone companies, most of them, document the call starting tower. AT&T will give you the tower that the call ended on as well. That's the only telephone company that provides the start location tower and the end location tower. The rest of the phone companies just tell you the starting or the tower where that started.
Okay. So now we're ready to move into the PowerPoint
Sure.
that you prepared. So for purposes of the camera, in terms of the PowerPoint, these next few slides are going to depict phone numbers.
Okay, thank you. So we will not film these portions. Thank you.
Okay. So moving to what is slide 2 of the PowerPoint, can you describe for us what we're looking at here and the significance of the information on this slide?
Yep, and this is just showing the phone numbers, the carrier, who that phone number was subscribed to, and their relationship. So the victim, Allison, I have her in red, and I will show you when I'm mapping. I have them color-coded so you can see the difference. Victim's boyfriend, Alex, his phone number was a Verizon, and then Alex's roommate, Charles, his phone number was also a Verizon.
Okay.
Excuse me, can we identify the exhibit number?
Sure, and I wrote that down and forgot to do it. It's been
Okay.
marked as Exhibit 673.
Thank you. 673.
Thank you, Jeff. Moving on to slide 3, we're seeing the same colors, the same folks, the same phone numbers, the carrier information, but on the left portion of that slide, it's describing cell site marker, and there's a specific little
Yep.
doohickey thing. I don't know how to.
It's just a legend for when you see it on the map. That is going to be the physical cell tower and where that physical cell tower is located. So when I get into the mapping portion, where you will see that icon is where the physical tower is, and where that's located at.
Okay. Moving on to slide 4, again, we're seeing the same color coding. Is that going to remain the same throughout the
Yes, it is.
PowerPoint? Now, to the left, we see another type of shape. I think that's talking about, is it coverage area?
Yep. So you have the tower, and then you have, when the cell phone companies provide us, they provide us with the tower location, and then they tell us which sector or azimuth the tower is hitting off of. Towers aren't necessarily, just because it hit a tower isn't 360 degrees. Sorry. It is telling us which side of that tower or sector it's hitting off of. So this is the shape that it kind of looks like a brain, but the possible coverage area of that tower. And if a device was hitting off that tower, that would be it within that coverage area of where that device was most likely located.
Now, up top, it says estimated handoff ranges.
Yes.
What does that mean?
It's every tower fluctuates in how strong it is. If you're in downtown Phoenix, tower doesn't need to be a 2-mile radius because it's so dense and there are so many towers overlapping. If you were to look at a tower, if you're going up the 17 towards Sedona and you hit Sunset Point, that tower could cover 20 miles because there is no other tower coverage within that area. The telephone companies don't keep track of how strong the towers are, and they are constantly fluctuating. So if you were to have a concert in downtown Phoenix, they are going to boost up the tower ranges so more people, more population can be on those towers and it can cover it. It's constantly fluctuating. So this is the estimated average coverage area for towers.
Okay. Now we're moving on to slide 5, which is a bit more technical. So what are we looking at here?
So this is the shape of the tower as deemed. The engineers have done an anatomic chamber, created this shape as most likely the coverage area of an average tower. The dot in the middle is where the physical tower is located. And if you click one more, I think I have a
Okay.
Sorry, I have an animation.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the direction that antenna is pointing. So that's that sector of the tower, the azimuth, in which that coverage area would be.
Azimuth. For
It's
those
a
of us.
sector.
Okay.
It's the direction.
Okay. Now, in terms of slide 6 that we're looking at, does this slide basically put together all the concepts that we just learned about in the prior
Yes.
slides
Yep.
so we can understand what we are looking at the map, on the maps to follow?
Yes, I'm a visual person, so hopefully it helps. It's just taking those steps and putting it physically on a map. You can click. I think it's, I
Okay.
have animations going through it. So where that pin is the physical cell site location. That's where the cell tower is located. The number 177 would correspond to, that's the call number. If you were looking at the call detail records from the telephone company, what they sent. So this was related to call 177. This is just an example of what the mapping looks like. You can click. The shaded area represents the estimated handoff location where the device was within that area during that call or text, and when it was connected to the network. And then,
Oh, did I go too far?
no, you're good.
Okay.
So this is just showing what it would look like when I map it with multiple targets or devices on the same map. So Allison is in red, Alex is in blue. This shows what they would look like together in the same area. So Allison's estimated location was in the red shaded area, and Alex's would have been in the blue shaded area.
Okay. So now we're moving into what can be mapped. And I think one of the things we discussed earlier in your testimony when I was asking you about the difference in providers and the information you have and what you can see and not see, is this slide and the next slide to come kind of give examples of limitations of certain carriers?
Yep.
Okay, tell us about what we're looking at here.
So Allison's phone was AT&T. Call detail records can provide voice calls, so incoming calls, outgoing calls, data, which is those apps running in the background refreshing, and SMS, which are text messages. The AT&T will give us calls and data with cell towers that I can map. They do not provide mapped towers for text messages sent. Verizon, which is what Alex had and Charles had, their call detail records provide incoming, outgoing calls and text, SMS only. And only the calls will show you the actual maps or the towers to map. So even though they'll show me that a text message was made from Alex or Charles, I can see that. There's no tower data provided to map it.
Okay. And I want to continue on with SMS versus iMessage because there are also some distinctions based on the type of phones people have and what functions are on or off. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
If you're, most of the time, as long as it's turned on, if you're iPhone to iPhone, it's the blue text messages that we all get. Those are iMessages. They are not considered SMS or text messages. It's an Apple iPhone and it's encrypted to encrypted messaging through Apple only. Those do not show up on call detail records from the telephone company. Even though we think they're text messages, it's an iPhone encrypted two-way messaging, almost like a WhatsApp type thing. They do not show up on call detail records. If it's a green text message, so if you have your iMessage turned off, or if it's an iPhone to an Android device or vice versa, or Android to Android, those will show up as text messages on call detail records.
Okay. Now we're going to move into some of the information that you were able to determine when you looked at Allison Feldman's call detail records.
Right.
And so if you could take us through the date, the times, and the significance of what you were notating in this particular slide.
So this timeline is a combination of what the device showed, and I'll show maps after this, but also what the detectives provided through interviews, through pulling surveillance from, Walmart or Kohl's. So it's kind of combined and all that. So on the 17th, at 11:40 a.m., Allison leaves her residence. 11:50 to 1400, she met Jeff Ciardi, her supervisor at Daily Dose, which is a restaurant in Scottsdale. At 14:14, Allison pulls back into her residence. At 17:22, Allison leaves her residence.
Let me stop you really, really quick. For those of us, I think Mr. Roseberry admitted this the other day, he's not particularly great with military time. just so
Sorry.
we have an idea here.
I can,
11:40 a.m. is typical 11:40. As we move past the noon
I'll
hour,
convert it.
if you can,
Okay,
just so it's
yep,
easier,
sorry.
in case some people.
Nope, yep,
Yeah.
sorry, our world is military time.
on Jeff.
So at 5:22 p.m., Allison leaves her residence. At 5:44, she walks into Kohl's, which is in North Scottsdale. At 6:32, Allison leaves Kohl's. At 6:33, Allison has a phone conversation with her sister Kelly for just over 7 minutes. At 6:44, Allison walks into Walmart, which is off Chaparral and the 101, I believe. At 7:07, Allison is driving southbound after leaving Walmart. At 7:15, Allison arrives at her residence. And the very last data, anything we have on her phone was at 9:41 p.m. Her phone does touch a tower, and it's a data event. So it wasn't a phone call, it wasn't a text, it was some app or something triggered the phone to reach out to a tower. There's nothing until the 18th at 9:02 a.m. Incoming call, which automatically got forwarded to voicemail. There were no further outgoing calls, and all incoming calls were automatically forwarded to voicemail, and the phone never touches a cell tower after the 17th at 9:41 p.m.
So I have a couple follow-up questions related to a few points that you raised here. So you mentioned that 9:41 p.m. that Allison's phone touched a tower and that it was a data event, meaning it wasn't a phone call, it wasn't a text message. And you talked about an app. So what I want to ask you about here, because it appears to be different than some of the other events that you noted. In order for that phone to reach out to a tower for one of these data events, does that involve any user action?
It could, it doesn't necessarily have to, depending on what app. If you have an app on your phone that automatically refreshes, like Gmail or something like that, and it's pushing you a notification, that could trigger a data event.
Okay,
It could also be that the phone is physically being manipulated.
okay. And also, I think one of the other things in terms of looking at mapping and things like that, you're looking at data and data from a device. You're not able to tell who's behind the device.
No, I'm very specific that I am mapping this cell phone. I don't know who's in possession of the cell phone. I don't know, and that's why you need video surveillance to coincide or map up with witnesses to coincide with the cell phone data. I am strictly looking at the device.
Okay, which leads me to some of these other questions. You mentioned that you not only looked at the call detail records, but then you considered the call detail records with information from the detectives. So were they asking you to determine if her cell phone activity from the CDRs that you had appeared to be consistent with what they were looking at on surveillance videos and things like that?
Correct.
So are you able to make a more educated guess as to whether that person actually had the phone with them, if you can see them in the surveillance video and their phone is also registering the information?
Absolutely.
The next thing I want to ask you about is February 18th. You mentioned incoming call forwarded to voicemail. What does that typically tell you?
The phone is powered off. It's being pushed directly to voicemail and it's not ringing.
Okay. All right, so you covered these bullet points with us that you put in a timeline. So I want to move now to the actual mapping of what you're looking at, so the jury can see these focal points and what they look like in terms of what you put together. And those specific points that you mentioned, I think, are encompassed in slides 10 through 16. So with respect to slide 10, does this appear to be a slide where you took all of the points and put it on one slide?
Correct. So this is all calls, all activity on the 17th from 8 a.m. to the very last activity, that data event at 9:41 p.m.
Okay. As we move forward, did you then take each isolated event and map?
Yes, I broke it down.
Okay. Tell us why you do kind of a collective slide and then start doing the individual slides.
It's easier, especially when you're doing analysis, to get an overall visual and looking for consistency. If all of a sudden you saw a tower that was way off of this pattern, you might want to look at that, any anomalies. And this is just an overview of that activity window, and then you can kind of drill down more specifics.
Okay. So here we are looking at her activity that you described for the full day on February 17th.
Correct. The residence is down in the lower. There's a lot of tower around there, and then you can see it goes off, and then way up north to North Scottsdale.
And did this
And back
appear to
down.
be consistent with the other evidence that you had been asked to review in the case?
Correct.
And so here, I don't want to repeat everything that we went to, but this is you showing, for example, the meeting up with her boss, Jeff Chardy.
Yep. So she had multiple phone activity during that time window between 11:50 to 2 p.m. when she was meeting with her supervisor at Daily Dose Restaurant. Daily Dose is kind of in the middle between those towers, but it looks kind of messy. But she had multiple tower hits, but it's all within that same area, coverage area.
Okay, and those numbers that you mentioned were the line numbers on the call detail records?
Correct.
That's
That
what
would
we're seeing there.
correspond with that call
Okay.
or event. Yep. I think if you click again,
Okay, there we
there we
go.
go, and another one.
So there are additional things, we'll call them,
Yeah.
that have popped up now on this slide. Tell us what the significance of what you're trying to show here.
I'm just showing the exact specifics. So for this tower, it's 2825. That was a data event. It's telling you the target number, the direction. It's not incoming, outgoing because it's an app. It's a data event. And it hit off of that tower. And the time was on the 17th at 12:48. So it's within that window. She was at Daily Dose. It puts her still in the area of Daily Dose, and it was a data event.
Okay. And then this is when you talked about her arriving back home. I know at some point you had said 14:14. That's around 2:14 p.m.
2:14 p.m. And I wouldn't have personally known that. I believe it was through surveillance or some other means that they put her back at the residence. But if you click, I'll show you and again. So this was another data event at 14:27. And it puts her at the tower that covers her residence to confirm that the device was in the area of her residence.
Okay. And this is essentially what you did for every event.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And I'm not going to have you go through everything because you've covered the events, and I want to be mindful of the jury's time. But again, you mentioned that every event that you discussed in that timeline that you covered in slide 10 was collectively represented on that slide, or on, I think it was slide 10 where the mapping started.
Yes.
The slide before had the timeline.
The timeline and the device mapping corresponds with the timeline.
Okay. So now I want to talk to you about Alex, and this is slide 17. This appears to be the same type of summary events like you did for Allison's
Absolutely.
call detail records, but for Alex as opposed to Allison.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to move through what you saw because there's some things in his summary on slide 17 that appear differently than what we saw in Allison's. So tell us what we're looking at here.
So on the 17th, all the towers, all of the data or calls were hitting off of towers in the area of his residence. The first one on the 17th was at 10:23 a.m. The last one was at 4:07 p.m. There's no other activity on that phone until the 18th. When I went back and looked, because there was no activity, that was consistent with his pattern of life. So when we do cell phone analysis, we go back, we're not just pulling cell phone records for a day or two around a crime. You want to get a couple months worth of data because you want to analyze someone's pattern of life and you're looking for anomalies or changes in those patterns. And so when I went into days prior, months prior, it was consistent with when he was home for the evening and not at Allison's house or out anywhere else. He had no phone activity until the next morning.
Okay. Now, it looks like that last tower hit was 4:07 p.m.
Correct.
And you said this was consistent with his pattern of life.
Correct.
Now, you can't necessarily say for sure that he wasn't using his device.
Correct.
What could be possible explanations for the lack of tower hits? Are there different things that would cause a phone not to hit off of a tower?
Powered off, airplane mode, or connected to Wi-Fi.
Okay. Are you ever asked, and tell me if this is a better question for another witness, to look at IP addresses to assist in making that determination in terms of utilizing Wi-Fi?
That would have been the digital forensics or what Sergeant
Okay.
or Lieutenant Kwan would have done.
All
Yeah.
right. So you were not asked to do this in
No.
this case?
No.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, then when you're saying pattern of life, on the date of Allison's murder and the subsequent day, there's nothing that jumps out about what you saw on these particular days related to his phone records that's drastically different from other days of his life.
Not at all.
Okay. It looks like we're now moving into February 18th of 2015. Talk to us about what you're representing here.
His first call was at 11:20 on the 18th, and then through 11:28, he was hitting off towers in the area of his residence. At 2:30, he was hitting in the area of the Paradise Bakery. At 3:15, he made an outgoing call to Allison's cell phone. That hit off the tower in the area of the Paradise Bakery. At 4 o'clock, he made an outgoing call to 911, which hit off a tower in the area of Allison's residence. And then 2 minutes later at 4:02, he made a second outgoing call to 911, which hit off the tower in the area of Allison's residence.
So you mentioned at 11:20 he makes his first call. So when you were reviewing the records, you mentioned that it appeared that when he was in for the evening, that's kind of when the tower hits would stop.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And then, if I'm understanding correctly, would they then resume once he got going with the day?
Correct.
Okay. And that was consistent?
It was a consistent pattern. It was normal activity.
Moving on to slide 19, did you do the same thing with that cumulative data for each day that you did for Alex that you did with Allison?
Correct. So I took all calls between the 17th at 8 a.m. and through the 18th at 11:43 p.m. And this is a map showing all of the tower hits during that time frame.
Okay. And then you did the same thing by doing each one individually.
Correct. So this is all the tower hits from on the 17th, starting at 10:23 a.m. through the 18th at 11:28 a.m. Any activity that showed up was all in the area of him and Charles' residence.
Okay. And I'm going to move along as an example here. Let me see what I'm looking for. I go back. I apologize.
No, you're good.
I'm going to use this slide, which is slide 21, as an example. You mentioned on that timeline that at around these hours, Alex, Paradise Bakery.
Mhm.
So was this another situation where you were provided information
Yep.
from the detectives and you were confirming or
Correct.
not confirming whether or not that information appeared to be accurate?
Correct. I was showing that the device was or was not in the area of the Paradise Bakery during that time frame, and this was an outgoing phone call made at 3:15 to Allison from Alex, and it puts him in the area of the Paradise Bakery
Okay.
during that phone call.
And so if we were to see, for example, a cup in a vehicle, a screenshot of a call on the device itself, are these the things that you're looking at to again determine or help you determine whether or not it might be that particular person behind the device?
Correct. Where the detectives would be.
Yes.
Yes.
And my question related to Alex is much like the one I had for Allison. Did this appear to be consistent?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to move along to Charles Hunt. And if you could explain what we're looking at here with respect to him. I know we established he was Alex's roommate.
Mhm.
So tell us what you're demonstrating here.
So his timeline was on the 17th at 9:59 a.m. Incoming call, and it put him in downtown Phoenix. Detectives provided me information that they confirmed he worked in downtown Phoenix. The phone continues to hit in the downtown Phoenix through 5:48 p.m. And then the next call at 8:07 p.m. was an incoming call for 9 seconds, and it put him in the area of his residence in Tempe. The phone continues to hit in the area of his residence. The last activity on the 17th was at 8:48 p.m. The next activity was on the 18th. And again, this is consistent with his pattern of life, similar to Alex's. When they would get home and no more calls late at night, it seemed like there wasn't activity on the phones until they started going the next morning. On the 18th, the next activity was at 9:56. It was an outgoing call hitting back in downtown Phoenix, where the phone remained until after 4:38, which was after the victim was found.
So in summary, at night, it appears Charles Hunt is at home.
Yes, yep,
And then the next day then goes to work, and that's when the activity starts again?
begins,
Okay.
yep.
And so it appears from what you've denoted in these slides that they both appeared to be home at the same time,
Correct,
Alex and Charles.
yes.
And then you did the same thing again, mapped the cumulative information and then broke it down?
Correct.
Okay. And again, you've explained the significance of all this,
yep.
so I'm not going to beat this with a dead horse. Okay. Judge, I'm done with this if the camera wants to
Okay,
resume.
thank you.
So you were asked to look at call detail records. You put together a mapping that demonstrated visually some of the information that you determined from those records. In addition to doing that, were you involved or in this, and I'll ask you to explain what this is, but were you involved in looking at records and numbers and things like that for a tower dump that was done in this case?
Correct.
Okay. First of all, what is a tower dump?
A tower dump is, we have to write a warrant to the telephone companies. It's not used in every case. Majority of cases are when you have multiple scenes. I'll go into that in a minute. But tower dump is saying, I don't have a suspect, I don't have a phone to write a warrant for to map that phone. So I am going to go out, I have a crime scene, I have a date and a location for when that crime occurred. I am going out to the telephone companies and saying, I want every phone that hit off of the towers that covered this specific crime location during this crime date and time, for every phone number. It's a dumping their cell towers, and giving me all that data. It is tens of thousands of phone numbers. We normally do it when.
Let me
go
stop
ahead.
you really quick,
Yep.
because I want to have this information kind of presented in a certain
Okay.
order. So let me, before you get ahead of yourself. So you say you get all of this information, it's tens of thousands of numbers.
Correct.
Once you get that information, what do you then do with that information?
So in this case, we just held on to it.
Okay.
It was unreasonable to go and do workups on tens of thousands of phone numbers, trying to identify every single person who belongs to these phone numbers. It was just to have that data in case we have a similar crime another homicide or an assault that matched maybe similar to this one, that we could do a tower dump on that as well and compare looking for a common device that was at both locations at both scenes at the same time.
Okay, so before we get a little bit more into that specific point, you mentioned that when you get all this cell phone data, that it's in very not user-friendly mode.
Correct.
So much like when you get the records from the phone companies, when you get the information back for the tower dump, do you then put it in this software you're talking about to make it more user-friendly?
Correct, into Penlink.
Okay, so did you do that in this case?
I did.
And then you mentioned it got stored.
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we get into the types of cases you typically see them in and some of the things that you covered, I want to talk to you about certain limitations of tower dumps.
Yes.
First of all, is there certain limitations that are carrier specific?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So just like on call detail records, certain carriers only store the data for certain amounts of time. Most carriers only provide if a call was made or a text message was made during that time frame. Would it hit on the tower? They don't store data events on tower dumps. The ones that do, Verizon is one of those that does store if a phone used data, but they wipe that data specifically off those tower dumps within 5 to 7 days, and it overwrites itself. So unless a phone call or a text message was made in that location that would have registered off a tower, that's how we would get that data.
Okay, so I'm going to break that down a little bit.
Yep.
So we'll use Verizon as an example.
Okay.
So if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, if you do a tower dump, you'd be able to see calls and texts that were made,
Correct.
and that could be indefinitely. Well, not necessarily indefinitely,
Definitely.
but outside of this 5 to 7 day timeline.
Correct.
But if somebody had a data event, unless you did this tower dump within that very limited period of time, you would likely not see that phone register.
Correct.
Okay. Because you mentioned it rewrites over itself. Is that kind of like surveillance video where?
It is constantly overwriting for storage. Correct.
So that leads me into the next point, which is when this tower dump was actually requested and what could, and what limitations could go with that as a result. Do you recall when the tower dumps were requested in this case with relationship to the crime?
I believe it was a few months after, I want to say
Okay,
March, April, May-ish.
Okay.
Somewhere in there.
and let me ask you this. Are you involved in any way in the decision-making of when to request a tower dump?
No, that's detectives write the warrants for those.
Okay. When detectives come to you and talk about, hey, we're going to do this, do you then explain to them these limitations that you just discussed in terms of what they might expect to see as a result?
Yes,
Okay. Did you do that in this case?
yes,
Now, you mentioned that tower dumps are only done in very specific, usually specific types of cases.
correct.
And I think what you talked about was multiple crime scenes. So can you explain, can you give an example unrelated to this case regarding what you mean by that?
Absolutely. Usually when we're doing tower dumps, because it's so much data and it's unreasonable to go through all of that, when we do tower dumps would be, for example, bank robberies. Someone robs the Wells Fargo. We have a suspect description, maybe a vehicle description that they left the scene on, but we don't know who that person is. Maybe 2 days later, the Bank of America gets robbed, and it's a similar suspect description, similar getaway vehicle. We now have possibly 2 crime scenes, 2 separate locations, and then maybe Tempe says, hey, we had a bank robbery last week, same vehicle description, same suspect. We now have 3 separate dates, 3 separate locations and timeframes. We will do tower dumps, requesting all the tower telephone data at those 3 locations during those specific crime times. I can then put all that data into a pen link and say, look for any phone numbers that showed up at 2 or all 3 of those scenes during that time, and the likelihood of a random citizen being in all 3 locations on 3 different dates, 3 different times who wasn't involved is rare. So it gives us at least a lead on a potential suspect or someone to look into. So that's usually when tower dumps are done, is you have multiple locations, multiple dates and times that are possibly related.
So given your understanding of when these tower dumps are typically utilized, I think you hit a bit on this earlier when you were talking about it. What was your understanding of why your agency was utilizing a tower dump in this case?
It was kind of a Hail Mary. We didn't have any suspects in this case, any leads. And so why don't we do the tower dump now, get the information, and then have it if another crime occurred in the future that matched the similar MO, similar type crime, and then we could do a tower dump at that and compare to see if we can find a single device just to have the data.
Okay. So I want to focus in on more specific work related to the defendant in this case, Ian Mitcham. So once you learned through detectives of Mitcham's identity and he was a suspect, were you also asked to check social media records that had previously been obtained in this case to see if there was any connection between any of the players? And when I mean say players, I mean Allison, the defendant, Alex.
Yep, just looking through social media for anyone we hadn't identified, and so Alex, Allison, trying to see if we could connect any social media or connections to the defendant.
And were you able to make any connections?
None.
Additionally, were you asked, once police learned of the defendant's phone number, were you asked to check the defendant's phone number against the information obtained from the tower dumps?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were asked to do that, did you learn, before you did that, obviously, the carrier that the defendant used?
Yes.
And were you able to learn the carrier that the defendant was using? Because we've already learned that he wasn't contacted till 2018. Were you able to determine the carrier he was using back in 2015?
Yes.
Okay, and who was that?
Verizon.
Okay. And so when you checked his phone number against the information from the tower dump, what, if anything, did you learn?
It did not show up on the tower dump.
Okay. Did you also check the defendant's phone number against the phone records that you had for the 3 other players we discussed, which would have been Allison, Alex, and Charles Hunt?
Yes, on any phone related to this case, any phone numbers, I cross-referenced and ran a search to see if there was any contacts on any of the call detail records with the defendant's phone number, and there was none.
Okay. So we established Verizon for Mr. Mitcham, not in the tower dump. I want to see if I'm understanding correctly based on your testimony thus far. So given that the defendant was a Verizon user, unless he had made or received a call, one, or sent or received a text during a particular date and time in the area of these towers that encompass the crime scene, would you expect to see his phone number within the information you received from the tower dumps?
If no calls or texts were made or received, no, it would not show up.
Okay. And then my last question to you is, were you also provided a phone number for an individual by the name of James Castellamidis?
Yes,
Okay. And did you search that number against the phone records that you had for Allison and Alex?
yes,
And any connection there?
no,
Did you also search that number against the data that you received from the tower dump?
yes, and did not show up.
Okay. One second.
Okay. Cross-examination whenever you're ready.
Do you want to do it on my computer?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I was just taking a second. You covered a lot of information
Yeah.
with the state. I want to talk to you a little bit about what you did in this case, okay?
Yeah.
And you told us that you went to the scene on the 18th of February.
Correct.
And there you met with your lieutenant.
Yes,
And you were briefed on some information there, correct?
correct.
And you were given an assignment.
Yes,
And Sherry Spence was also given an assignment.
correct.
And your assignment had a little bit of a delay because you look at records, correct?
Correct.
And her assignment was to do these workups, correct?
Correct.
And you and her, because you didn't have anything to do, so to speak, on the case, worked together on these workups.
We didn't do them. She would say, hey, can you help me with this person? And I would do that. We didn't do workups, like commingle them, I guess, individuals.
I understood that.
Okay,
So,
sorry.
so, like if I said, go find John Smith, you would go look up John Smith and try to narrow down the John Smith's date of birth, different addresses, locations, all that stuff, and then work it up as much as you can, correct?
Correct.
And you testified earlier that you would use any open source, which is stuff that's available for everybody.
Correct.
So that might be look up John Smith using the county assessor site
Correct.
and see what property John Smith owns.
Correct.
And if that property was near Allison Feldman, that could be the person that you're looking for, even with that common name, correct?
Correct.
And then you would go through and find out information of where that person might work, correct?
Yes, correct,
Addresses that that person may have lived at.
correct,
You might find court records,
correct,
financial records,
correct,
if they're married,
correct, yeah. Or
who they
divorced,
might be
yeah.
living with.
Yes.
You could run like credit reports,
We don't have access to credit reports.
but the information that's usually contained in there, you could
Yeah,
have
we could
access
through,
to. And if there was any criminal history, you could run that, I'm certain.
yes,
And any phone numbers.
yes,
And what you did with those workups is you provided that information to detectives.
correct.
And you did not keep a record of who you might have run the workups for, correct?
No,
And if there was a record of who those were for, those would be the responsibility of the detectives, usually in their reports, correct?
correct,
And if they did any follow-up, you would expect to see them in the report.
correct.
So I think Ms. Otis asked you about the 3 people that you did a workup for.
Yeah.
And you have no recollection of those people.
I don't, sorry.
But you know that they were related to this case, correct?
If it was documented in those reports or related to it, yes. But I don't have any independent recollection of doing those specific people.
So when a detective would come to you, he might just say, can you give me some information on John Smith? And give you a little bit of information to kind of point you into the
Or
right
whatever
direction.
information they're looking for, yes.
I want to ask you, just in case you know the name, I don't hear well, as you probably remember.
Sorry.
I think Ms. Otis asked you about Ashley Hankins, who is a person that Allison had contact with regarding her hair.
I do not recall that.
Alex DeLucchio,
I do not recall that.
and that was a Detective Bailey responding to a tip. Would you have received information from the tip?
I could have. Some tips were fielded through the department. Some were detectives just emailing saying, we got a tip. Can you try to find a phone number, address, employment for this person? We need to go contact them.
And you might have got an email from a detective, for instance, saying, hey, we have this Vice house. Can you go find this person, correct?
Do a workup on them?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
And then the detective would take that information and do whatever they're gonna do with it.
Correct.
I mentioned, and you responded to the tip line or the
Yes.
tip stuff.
Yes,
You're familiar with that, correct?
I am.
In fact, you helped Detective Heinzelman kind of navigate through that, correct?
Correct.
And the tip line is, at the Scottsdale Police Department, you had TipSoft first, is that right?
Yes. Yep.
And TipSoft is kind of an online program,
Yes.
is that correct?
It is. It's a national database we pay for that citizens can go online and submit anonymous tips with. And it comes directly to us.
And then it comes to Scottsdale Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And then Scottsdale Police Department can read those tips and go forward, correct?
Triage them and distribute. If it's fraud related, drug related, it will be sent to those units. If it's homicide related or crime like that, it would be routed to that unit. Correct.
So, for instance, homicides are in the VCU.
Correct. Yep.
So if there was a tip on a homicide from that TipSoft, it would be routed towards the VCU, correct?
Correct.
And then whoever's answering or reviewing that,
Yep.
they could see those TipSoft tips.
Correct.
You also have another program now. It's not TipSoft, correct? It's like P3 or something.
P3. Yep.
And that functions almost the same way,
It
correct?
is, yes,
And the programs allow for the retention of those tips, correct?
correct.
But ultimately, the follow-up that's done is separate and apart, and if it's documented into the Scottsdale Police Department's reporting system, correct?
Correct.
And back then, it was iLeads,
Yes.
and now it's something different?
Mark 43.
When we were talking about the cell phone data, there was a lot of terms there that I think were gathered together, but they're different things.
Okay.
Okay, and I want to make sure that we all understand that. Call detail records,
Yes.
that is for an individual phone number, correct?
Correct. And historical. Yes.
Say that again.
And historical.
And historical?
So it's not live phone, it's in the past, historical call detail records, yes.
So you submit a phone number and it gives you all the historical information from the time frame that you're requesting for that phone number.
Correct.
There's another thing that will give you, in certain circumstances, and you may not have done it in this case, where you can request all calls that are being made forward from that, correct?
A pen register, correct.
And that was not done in this case, correct?
I'm pretty sure it was done on Allison's phone. Moving forward, I don't know for how long, but looking for any activity if her phone ever powered back on, we were up on a live pen register to see if the phone ever powered back on.
So you would have been, because of the pen register, able to see if someone was using her phone, correct?
Correct.
And the pen register is for calls, correct?
Correct.
Is it also for data?
No, it's calls and texts.
So you would have seen if someone tried to use it and make a phone call or text somebody, correct?
Correct.
And go through. You testified earlier that when you were looking at Allison's call data records, you were identifying phone numbers, correct? And, you were able to say, this was mom.
Correct.
And you got that information from the detectives, correct?
Some detectives and also doing some workups, correct, on a phone number.
But it's outside of the call detail records. So like, for instance, if you went on my phone and you saw one of my kids' names, that's not going to be on the call detail records, correct?
Correct. I didn't physically touch a device to see the contact name associated with it. If the detective had identified, hey, this phone number is going to be mom, I would then look at my records, say, okay, they've identified that as mom. I don't need to try to identify that and work on the numbers that we didn't know who they were.
So the detectives at that point may have had her contact information from Officer Kwan or Detective Kwan at that point, or somebody from the computer forensics that had already examined the phone, correct?
It's possible, yes.
So, and when you talk about your workups, if you're doing a workup on, let's say, mom, you might have her phone number because that's one of the things that you look for, correct?
Correct.
And you talked about the frequency of calls.
Yes,
You're able to see if somebody called somebody else 1,000 times, correct?
correct.
And actually you were able to sort it so it could descend in order
Yes.
of.
Correct.
You testified that you were in contact with other detectives, correct?
Correct.
And some of those detectives were asking you to do the workup or you to do some stuff, correct?
Correct.
You also sat down with Detective Lockerbie and looked at the records together, correct?
It's possible. I don't recall that specifically.
if he had it documented in his report that he sat down with you on the
And
25th,
I'm sure it happened. Yeah.
you said that you provided information to detectives that led to getting cell phone data from other carriers.
Correct.
You had mentioned Verizon, Sprint, T-Mobile, and Cricket. There was only 4 that you had mentioned. When you what I understood was there were 13, let me phrase this correctly, getting cell phone data from 13 carriers for subscriber information.
13 telephone numbers is probably what I referenced, is if I wasn't able to identify who those numbers belonged to, I would have provided those 13 phone numbers to detectives. I would have told them this one's a Verizon, this one's Sprint, this one's T-Mobile, and for them to then go ahead and write court orders to those telephone carriers to try to identify the subscribers to those phone numbers.
And in the PowerPoint you had next to Allison's phone number, you had AT&T.
Correct.
And for Alex and Charles, you had Verizon.
Correct.
Are you're able to determine based on the phone number who the carrier is, correct?
Correct.
So you don't have to guess, correct?
No, there's various databases that you can put, people can port numbers. You can also call, if it's showing up that that's a Verizon phone number, I can call Verizon and say, hey, I'm getting ready to serve a court order on you. Can you verify this is still your phone number? And they will verify yes or no, it was just recently ported, it's now Sprint or whatever.
And when we talked about how the cell phones work, you had mentioned that if the phone is powered on, it is actively searching for a tower, correct?
Correct.
And if the phone is off, it's not doing anything, correct?
Correct.
And you can't tell if a phone is on or off by the call detail records, correct?
Correct.
You can't tell if a phone is on or off by it not being connected to a cell tower.
Correct. So lack of data could be multiple things.
It's like the dog that barks, right?
Yes.
Even though you didn't hear it, you don't know if he
No,
barked?
correct.
Okay. So what we look for, or what you look for, is that cell phone hitting a tower, correct?
Yes.
And when let's say you gave the example of going up the 51, coming down from Shea.
Yes.
And when you hit Northern, it always dropped, right?
Yep.
But then it would pick up back. You could have seamless if it just kept going through tower to tower to tower to tower to tower, right?
Correct.
But when you look at that tower drop, it doesn't have all the towers in it, correct?
No, most carriers, AT&T is the one that does the starting location tower and the ending location tower. All the other telephone companies just show you where that call or text or data event originated.
That's where I was confused.
Okay,
Thank
yes.
you. So you would know, like if I left work and called my mom and I talked to her all the way home, you would just see that my tower was down here, correct?
Correct. Unless there's also data events occurring at the same time that are placing other towers.
And that's when the event begins as well?
Yes.
So if you have an app running in the background, you use the example of Google.
Yep.
Like you got a Google notification or Gmail notification.
Correct.
If we were sitting in the courtroom, all of us are going to hit that same tower, correct?
Not the exact same tower, depending on the carrier and field, but yes, we will be showing and registering off a tower. Unless you're connected to Wi-Fi.
That was where I was going next.
Sorry.
So when you're connected to Wi-Fi, you can't tell if a phone is on or off, correct? Based on the tower dump.
On the tower dump, no.
Based on the call detail records, can you tell if the phone is on or off if you're connected to Wi-Fi?
No.
So when you testified earlier that Alex was at Allison's house
Yes.
in the area, that's basically him driving up to it before he connects to her Wi-Fi, correct?
It could be.
So if he connects to her Wi-Fi, and this is back in 2015, which I still think we had Wi-Fi assist, correct?
Yeah, we had Wi-Fi in 2015.
But to make a
Oh.
phone call from Wi-Fi.
I believe so, but I'm
Okay,
not
so
100%.
so if Alex was at that house and he's
Mm-hmm.
using Wi-Fi, if he's sending iMessages, they're not going to show up on the tower, correct?
If it was it could show up as a data event. It would not show up as a text message on the call detail records.
And if he's using Wi-Fi at the house, that's not going to show up at all on the tower, right?
Correct.
And you testified that Alex's phone stopped at like 1607, which is 407, I think,
Was the last tower hit? Yes,
on the
17th.
the 17th.
Correct.
And it didn't hit another tower till the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And in your PowerPoint, you had that brain image looking shape in the general area around his house, correct?
Correct.
And that doesn't mean he was at his house, correct?
Correct. It was in that area.
He could be at his house.
He could be.
He could be driving around to some businesses or someplace in that general area hitting that tower.
Correct.
And the same with Charles Hunt, correct?
Correct.
So you have him where there's no data in the night.
Correct.
He might be at home.
Yep.
He might not be.
Correct.
And when we're talking about this, we're talking in the person is not there. There's an assumption that the person has the phone with them, correct?
Right. And that's where you have to, this is the device, and put other evidence to put the person with the device. Correct.
And on the call, on the tower dump, you're just seeing a phone number, correct?
Correct.
And if you have an iPad, for instance, that could mess things up too, correct?
What do you mean?
Here's what let me go back. If you have multiple Apple devices, let's say,
Okay.
and they're all connected to that iCloud,
Yes.
and let's say you turn off your phone, you can still get a call from through your iPad, correct?
You would need cell service. If you were connected to Wi-Fi, it wouldn't touch a tower, but I believe your iPad would have to have a separate cell service.
Or be through Wi-Fi, correct?
Correct.
You had mentioned that you kind of did, I don't want to say dump, but you took all the phone numbers and all the information that you had and you put it into Penlink, right?
Correct.
So when we're talking, we're not just doing that cell phone tower that's by Allison's house, right?
No, so the way, and typically I don't have independent knowledge on this specific warrant, but for typically when a warrant is written for the tower dumps, you provide the telephone company the location, usually latitude, longitude, the date and the time range of the crime, and their engineers determine which cell towers would cover that area during that specific time, and they're the ones who determine which towers they choose to provide you with the tower dump.
And I'm beyond that, actually.
Okay.
So when you get that data from the phone company into Scottsdale Police Department,
Yes.
you use that program that you own to put it all together to make it more user-friendly.
Correct.
So all the phone numbers that you looked at, all the information from the cell towers that you looked at or received, you put in Penlink.
Correct.
And it was kind of this case Penlink, right?
Yeah.
And that gives you the opportunity or ability to search it.
Correct. Yes.
cross-reference it.
Yes.
So if you wanted to, like you said, look at Brian's phone number, it was a simple search, correct?
Correct.
You put the number in and it said, yes, we found it, or no, we didn't.
Correct.
And in this case, no, you didn't.
Correct.
It's my understanding that you also looked at social media,
Yes.
and you pulled Allison's social media, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at her friends.
Correct.
Some of them you may even have worked up, correct?
It's possible.
You looked at the posts that she might have made
Correct.
and the comments to those posts.
Correct.
And any comment that you saw that she might have made that you were able to see, correct?
Correct.
And you did the same for Alex
Yes. Correct.
and Charles too.
Correct.
And you looked at that and passed that along to the detectives, correct?
Correct.
But you kept it.
I believe, yes, I think, I don't know if it was saved on a drive or printed, but yes.
Somehow it was retained so that you could look back in 2018 when detectives asked you, hey, can you go look for iron in this part, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't find iron connected to any of that.
No, correct.
Let me have just one moment,
Yeah.
please.
Sure.
I want to ask you one more question to clarify. You use the term pattern of life.
Correct.
That's something that you've been trained on, right?
Yes.
It's kind of a term of art.
Yes.
And the way I understand it, it means that, well, actually, I'm not sure I understand it. So when you say term of art, this is their daily routine, or pattern of life is their daily routine? Is that what you're saying?
Can I give an example? Sure. So if I were to look at your cell phone records for the last 3 months, you usually drive into work, your work schedule. I could probably tell that you leave Monday around a certain time, phone activity, when you wake up, you're texting, where you work. Usually you head downtown Phoenix. And then around what time you head home, if you go to restaurants. Usually people stick to a pattern of life and they have habits. Like the jury right now, for the last couple months, their pattern of life, if I were to look the last 6 months, all of a sudden it would completely change, probably around November when this started, because all of a sudden their normal patterns changed because now they're no longer going to their regular work. They're no longer having the same contacts. They probably have very limited phone and text patterns during the day, whereas before at their job, they may have completely been able to have full access to their phone, whereas right now in the jury, they don't have access to their phone. So that would be an anomaly and something to look at, that their pattern of life changed. So it's taking a months or 6 months worth of data and looking to see what people's patterns are, if they have some. If someone's transient and they couch surf from different people, their pattern of life might not be consistent, but typically people have a pretty consistent pattern of life. And so we look for those anomalies and try to explain what those may be.
So as part of the pattern of life, if you know that I go home every day after work and there's no activity, you can assume my phone's either off or it's connected to Wi-Fi, correct?
Correct.
And that's all you can assume.
Correct.
Can we just take a break? I'll probably have,
Okay.
if I have any questions, I just want to talk to my team.
Sure. So we're at that 3 o'clock hour. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please remember that admonition, and we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes. Please be seated. Let the record reflect we're back in the presence of the jury, and we will continue with the cross-examination of this witness. Ms. Cohen.
Welcome back, thank you.
Thank you.
I only have a few more questions for
Okay.
you. On direct examination, you were asked a question about a person named James Castellmedes, correct?
Correct.
And you told us that you ran his telephone number in the tower dump.
Correct.
And you didn't find anything.
Correct.
When did you get that directive?
It was when I met with prosecution and Detective Heinzelman. I believe it was on December 22nd
Of what year?
of 2025.
So recently,
Correct.
you were given his address
No, I was just given a phone number.
and you put that in the pen link thing, right?
No, we no longer have PenLink, so I had to do manual searches through all of the raw tower dump records for that phone number.
So, and those are in Excel, correct?
Correct.
And so you can do that control find
Correct.
and then put that number in and it didn't appear.
Correct.
And you were asked to do that last year by Detective Heinzelman and the prosecutor.
Correct.
The prosecutor is in this courtroom.
Yes.
Is it a male or female?
Female.
Okay.
Aaron.
Let the record
Mr.
reflect
Shagg.
that Ms. Otis raised her hand
Yes.
and that Ms. Cohn identified Ms. Otis as the person who directed her to run that information.
Correct.
And to just extend just a couple seconds more, if he was living in that area and had Wi-Fi at his house, his phone wouldn't show up if his phone was connected to Wi-Fi if he was making any calls, correct?
Correct.
And
That's
if he
possible.
was only show up if he's beyond his Wi-Fi, correct?
If his phone was connected to Wi-Fi, correct.
And I want to ask you just very quickly back to Alex, his pattern of life. You said that that was consistent with his pattern of life, and what I understood is that when he was home, his phone wasn't connected to a tower, correct? Is that correct?
Not always. I couldn't tell if he was physically in his house. You could tell when he got into the area of his house, whether or not where he was within that area. I don't know if he was physically in his house or not.
And you testified earlier that you looked at about 3 months worth of data, correct?
I believe it was a couple months, 3 months. I'm not sure exactly how much data we had specifically for him.
And when you looked at that data, you were looking at the tower dump?
No, I was looking at his call detail records. So first, when I look at it, looked at the night of the crime, looked at up until he called 911, looked at that data, and then would go back and say, okay, there's a lack of activity between his last phone call till the next morning. Then I start looking at, is that normal or is that an anomaly in his call detail records? So I'll then go backwards, look at all the date prior, the weeks and months prior, and see if that is an anomaly or if that is a normal pattern for him.
So you're not telling us that, every night he goes back to his house, correct?
No.
You're not telling us that he spends Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at Allison's house, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying that on Tuesdays and Thursdays he's back at his house.
Correct. I would have to look at all the data to specifically look at that, but no.
And you would have to look at the cell phone towers,
Correct.
and you would have to look at, where his phone is connecting, correct?
Correct.
And that's not your job to look
No.
at that. That's, like a Detective Quant, correct?
Correct. Who has the physical device? Yes.
Who could maybe look at the internet router and determine, is this device connecting to that?
Absolutely.
So you're testifying that when we're talking about pattern of life, you're talking about cell phone activity,
Correct.
whether it's on and connecting to a tower or not?
Correct.
Let me just check in with my
Yep.
team.
Okay.
One more thing to clarify. Let me get to the microphone. One more thing to clarify. When I asked you about the tip line or
Yes.
tip soft,
Yes.
and I said you helped Detective Heinzelman with that, kind of walk him through that. Do you remember that?
Walk him through. I would forward tips. I believe he did at one point have access to TipSoft where he could log in at a point, but yes, tips would, yes.
Did you read all the tips that came in through the for the Scottsdale Police Department?
If they came in through TipSoft, at that time, I don't know. I don't remember who all got them at that time. It's possible, I would get them, during that time, whether other people were also getting them during that time, I'm not sure. And we had divvy it off to forward to whatever unit it was. I can't specify if I read every single one, and I was the only one who received them, though.
So you, as you sit here today, can't tell me that you remember reading a TipSoft line or tip about James Castlemedes, correct?
Correct. No recollection of that.
If there was a tip, you or whoever was fielding them would forward to the different units, correct?
Correct.
And somebody within that unit would field them, so to speak.
Correct.
And it could be someone like Sergeant Davidson, who was at that time, the sergeant of the VCU, correct?
Correct.
And if there was somebody in another unit, like I forgot what you called it, the special,
Fraud unit, drug unit, any
it
of
would go
those.
to them, correct?
Correct,
Or we've
correct.
had some gang officers testify, it could
Correct.
go to them,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
And that would be the extent of your involvement with the tip, correct?
Correct.
Unless you were asked to follow up by one of the detectives to go
Exactly.
find whatever or do a workup, correct?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. No further questions, thank you.
Okay. And any redirect by the state?
Yes, I have a few. To follow up on the TipSoft inquiry, are there times that tips come into TipSoft where you're really not able to follow forward, I should say, because they're not specific enough to get them to either a relevant unit or detective?
Correct. They could be vague, and it could just be an address and say suspicious activity, and you don't, you can reply within the tip line. Can you give me more information? It's up to the tipster whether or not they log back into the system and reply. We also get tips through a voicemail system and get forwarded tips from Silent Witness or other agencies. So tips come in from multiple different venues or formats, but specifically to TipSoft at the time, yes, they can be vague and not know what they're talking about.
And if there is not a lot of information, arguably that might be hard, one, to get it to the right unit,
Correct.
or to get it to the right detective, or even know what case or incident it may be referring to.
Correct.
I have a question about, Mr. Kirschler was asking you about the call detail records, and you talked about it being historical data,
Correct.
not as life is happening.
Correct.
So with respect to historical data, just so we're clear, cell phone records, specifically, different carriers have retention policies.
Correct. On-call detail records, yes.
Okay, so when we're talking about historical data, you can only get so much historical data.
Correct. Every carrier is different. They're usually around 12 months retention, I think one's 16, some are 18 months, but that's usually the max of call detail records. They only are stored through the telephone companies for that length of time, and then they're purged.
So when I talked to you about running Mr. Mitcham's phone through the tower dump, that's really all you could do. Were you able to look at call detail records for Mr. Mitcham?
No, it was past the time retention. I'm not sure if they had still attempted with a warrant, just to try, but I was told there was no data.
Because he was put on the map in 2018.
Yes, 3 years later, correct.
And so it was your understanding, do you remember what year, 2 years, I think, for Verizon?
I think it's 18 months, but it could be around 18 months, 2 years.
Okay, so there was no way to get the detail records for 2015.
Correct, they were gone.
And my last question is, I don't, just to be clear, because this is the word Mr. Kirchler used, I didn't direct you to do anything. Did I simply just ask if you could run a number?
You asked if I could run a number through a tower dump, and I said yes, and Detective Heinzelman provided me that phone number, and then I was able to run that through all the tower dump records, correct?
Okay, because I don't have
No.
control over
No,
you, I'm
no,
not your
no.
supervisor. I just asked if that could be done. Is
Yes,
that fair?
correct,
Okay,
yes,
just wanted to make
absolutely.
that clear.
Sorry.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And those are all the questions, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so any questions from the jury for this witness? I see one. We'll collect it at this time. What number is it? 18. You from the jury. The first question is, which towers did you receive tower dumps from? Can you point them out on a map with their likely radius, or can you describe the radius this covers?
I don't have that. I would have to get that and bring it back. So we don't pick the towers. We provide, when the warrant is written to the telephone companies, we say this is the specific location of the crime, this is the date and the time range. They then have their engineers for the telephone companies pick which towers would cover that area during that date and time, and they are the ones that pick those specific towers and then dump them. I can provide, I have that, I just don't have access to it right now.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
Ask you. Provided a PowerPoint to the states, correct?
Correct.
And I'm grabbing 673, exhibit number 673. And when we looked at exhibit number 673, you have these little pins.
Correct.
And on the legend on slide number 3, it says the icons below mark the cell site location.
Correct.
Is that the tower?
That is the cell tower. I would have to look and see specifically on the tower dump which towers the telephone companies provided us those tower dumps on. I have the raw data, I don't have it mapped, and I couldn't tell you its tower latitude and longitude without having access to that.
So let me ask you, I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 673, because I don't think we're asking for longitude and latitude, at least
Okay.
as I understand the juror's question. I'll tell you what slide it is. 1, 2, 3. Roughly slide number 10. I'm going to show you the top part of it. Do you see that little red pin up there?
Correct.
Is that approximate location of the cell tower?
That is a cell tower, correct.
So if you were,
But we would not have done a tower dump on that tower because it's not near the crime location.
but if we have this part, I'll go to the victim's residence just a second.
Yep.
So when we're looking at, I think it's slide 11. Slide 12, slide 13 would be, let me focus out of
Sorry.
that.
Just to remind, film this portion because of the phone number. It's okay. He's nodding, he knows.
So we have exhibit 13, we have the page that has the victim's residence, and there's tracks, AT&T, and at 227, there's a tower, it says 2834. Do you see that?
That's the call number. Yes, that tower, I don't want to testify that for sure AT&T said, yes, that is a tower that covered that area during the date and time we provided them. Most likely it was on the tower dump, but without physically looking at the tower dump data in front of me, I can't testify to, yes, that was one of the towers in the tower dump that they provided us.
And I don't want to try to reinterpret the juror's question, but that tower that's 2834 is on Granite Reef, and it's north of Thomas Road, but
Correct.
south of Indian School. Is that correct?
It looks to be that area.
So roughly that area,
Correct.
if that's the tower that you would have received.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect?
Just that essentially, Ms. Cohen, without having the information in front of you, one of the tower reflected in the PowerPoint could be one that was included,
Correct.
but there
Correct.
could be a lot more included.
There were more. They didn't provide on a tower dump, like I said, you're not just, you have overlap of the towers. That's why we don't drop calls anymore. So they provide 2, 3, sometimes 4 towers that all cover that one single location, and they provide us tower dumps on all of those towers that would encompass that one location.
And would a good example of that be the slide that we saw when Allison was having lunch with her boss at the Daily Dose? We saw a lot of different towers represented.
Correct. She was potentially in one location. I could walk out of this room, be connected to a tower right here. As soon as I walk out that door, I may connect to a different tower because all of a sudden I have clean sight through one of the windows. So there are many towers that are constantly covering one specific location. So it wouldn't just be on the tower dump, one single tower the telephone company is dumping. It's multiple to cover that entire area.
Thank you.
Yep.
And the next question is, did anything come out of the phone data for Castellomitas? Or what was the reason for pulling the data?
I was asked if we could search that specific phone number to see if it did show up in the tower dumps. I did a search for it. I don't know anything else about this person or the phone number. That was the first time. So Detective Heinzelman just had provided me the phone number, asked me if I could search the tower dump records, and I did, and they did not show up in there.
Any follow-up by the state? Any follow-up by the defense?
Judge, I don't have any other questions, but, Judge, for, exhibit number 673, the states and the defense would move to admit, this for actual evidentiary purposes.
Okay, so we'll admit Exhibit 673, which is just a demonstrative, which will not go back to the jury.
We're agreeing to.
Oh, you are, I'm sorry, you're stipulating.
Yes,
Sorry, I misunderstood. So in admitting 673 into evidence.
correct.
Thank you. Okay, and those were all of the questions. And I'm sorry, did I ask you if you had any cross and you said no?
I don't have any cross.
And no redirect, obviously no redirect because no cross, thank you, sorry. And with that, may this witness be excused, subject to recall?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
You may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
And the state may call.
State calls Detective Best.
Good afternoon, sir. I'll have you come up to this podium right here and we'll get you sworn in.
Richard Best, BEST.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you please just introduce yourself to the jury?
Richard Best, BEST, retired. Badge number was 887.
And sir, if I could have you just pull that microphone closely to you. We just want to make sure that everyone can hear you. Thank you.
You bet.
You said you're retired?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been retired?
A little over 3 years.
We've heard from a lot of police officers, but I just want to know just a little bit from you. First, tell me, were you a police officer in 2015?
I was.
What was your role at that time?
I was on transitional duty from a accident, ATV accident on work. I was assigned to go over to the Scottsdale Family Advocacy Center to, at that time, I didn't know what I was going to be doing, but I was going to go over there. I met with Sergeant Davidson, I believe, and Detective Lockerbie. And upon that, they gave me the task of reviewing security video or surveillance video.
And real quick, before we get into it any deeper, how long were you a police officer?
20 years,
And you retired in you said 3 years ago, about?
22.
2022. So in 2015, you had been a police officer for about 13 years?
That would be correct, yeah.
Okay. What was your, you said you were in transitional duty. What does that mean?
I couldn't perform the actual role of a police officer at that time due to an injury that would impede me from actually doing my duties. It was a leg injury, so.
So you weren't able to go out and do your normal role in 2015, so you were kind of confined to do something else at a desk?
Yes. yeah.
Okay. Were you part of the violent crimes unit at that point in 2015, or were you working somewhere else and just kind of pulled in to do this task?
At that time, I was currently in the role of a patrol officer, working for the day shift squad in District 1.
And we've heard from other police officers, so I'm not going to go too far into your training and experience. But you said you were asked to review some surveillance in this case. As a police officer, had you had experience reviewing surveillance?
Yes,
And had you gone through all the training that we've heard from other officers, the law enforcement academy?
correct.
Had you been part of any specialized units during your 20 years?
I was part of the domestic violence unit stationed at the FAC, the Family Advocacy Center,
When were you part of that unit?
between the years of 2008 and 2012.
So you were already kind of familiar with a specialized role, but then had gone back to do patrol in 2012 for a little while?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm just going to try to jump right into it now. You said you were asked to review some surveillance. When was it that you first became involved in this case?
If I'm correct, it would be February 26th of that year, 2015, I believe.
Okay. And you said you were given a task to review surveillance. Did you collect any surveillance yourself?
No, I did not do any collection.
Did you ever go to any of the locations where you ultimately had surveillance? Did you ever even just go to the stores?
No,
Did you ever go to Allison Feldman's home?
no.
Okay, so you're asked to look at all this, a bunch of different surveillance. Why?
It was to attempt to locate or attempt to identify, not specifically, but somebody who was buying cleaning products, detergent, chlorine, things of that nature.
So you had a very singular focus.
Correct.
At the point that you're looking at surveillance, do you have any people that you're looking for? And by that I mean, were you looking for like a potential suspect by the way that they looked, a name or a person?
No information regarding a suspect was ever given to me. However, whatever I did identify on those videos, I documented that within my supplements.
And tell me a little bit, so you go to the Family Advocacy Center, how is it that you're able to view surveillance from these stores?
Using a department workstation with a standard video screen, I was able to just put the CD into the workstation and let the program play. It was just a standard program, nothing specific, didn't have anything special about it.
So essentially, you're provided a CD or a USB that may contain surveillance footage?
They were specifically CDs.
And you mentioned you just use like a regular computer, you pop it in and you watch it.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to move through some of the surveillance that you watched, but in the interest of kind of letting the jury know just what we're talking about here, as you're looking at these various stores and locations, did you find anyone who was purchasing some cleaning products?
There was a few people that I identified, not just by physical description, nothing by name or anything like that. There was a few people that had purchased what I believe to be cleaning products, soap, possibly bleach.
And ultimately, do you kind of take note of that and then provide that information to detectives if they decide to follow up on it?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're going to move through what you looked at, just kind of to be thorough here. So on the 26th, you were first involved. What do you look at on the 26th? And if you need to, we've got a big binder I can, if you need to refresh your memory, go ahead and just let me know. And
Yeah, as far as the location goes, I couldn't tell you. I believe it was around 75th and Indian School, Miller and Indian School area.
okay. And well, let me just, was your entire involvement in this case all in February and March of 2015?
It began in February the 26th, and I believe it ended on April 2nd.
So throughout various days in February up to at the latest, the first few days in April, you were reviewing various surveillance?
Correct.
And that was your entire role in this case?
Correct, yeah. I did not do any follow-up or anything like that.
So from that point in 2015 to now, you haven't been asked to do any other tasks?
That's correct.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you wrote some supplements and that your memory when you wrote those might have been better back in 2015?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll just bring you the binder, and you mentioned that you don't remember the exact location of the surveillance that you looked at on the 26th. So I'm just going to bring you the binder
Sure.
and have you take a look at that, okay?
Sure.
Just ask him if it'll refresh his recollection.
Handing you Exhibit 15. This is a large binder. Just 1 second. Sorry.
That's all right.
All right.
So Detective, I recognize there's a lot of pages in there, but if you can just, there's Bates numbers on the bottom of that, those pages. If I could just have you flip to Bates at this point, 137, and then from there to about 145, you may see
Correct.
some supplements.
Well, that was a Walmart store. I stand corrected. It was a Walmart store over at Pima and Chaparral.
Pima and Chaparral, okay. And during your time as a police officer, was it all in Scottsdale with the Scottsdale Police Department?
Correct, yes.
So can you just help me understand where's Pima and Chaparral? I mean, that might be where it is,
It's about a mile, approximately a mile away from the victim's residence.
but okay. And although you didn't go to the victim's residence, you're aware of where this crime occurred.
Correct.
And in the interest of not asking you sort of every single place that you went to, were the majority of places that you went to or reviewed surveillance for within that sort of radius of the victim's home?
Between a mile and 2 miles.
Okay. And why were those places picked? Do you know?
No. I have no
Okay.
idea.
But you were looking for the cleaning stuff that was what you were asked to look for.
Correct.
Okay. So you initially on the 26th, you're looking at that Walmart, Pima, and Chaparral. What is it that you're looking at that point? What about the Walmart or locations inside of the Walmart are you looking at?
Are you asking specifically what camera angles?
Generally.
That I couldn't tell you. There was various camera angles.
How many camera angles did you get? Do you
That,
remember?
No, I
Okay.
don't recall that.
Did you at least get the camera angle that cut that to see what people are eventually purchasing?
Yes.
And just to be clear, we talked about February into March and April. Were you looking at surveillance every single day from February to April 2nd, or was it?
Pretty much, yes.
Was there a lot of hours of surveillance?
Yes.
Okay. So just going to Walmart, did you see anything in that Walmart at Pima and Chaparral, anyone that was buying cleaning products or anything of evidentiary value?
No.
Were you reviewing timeframes related to the murder, specifically around February 17th and February 18th of 2015?
I wasn't given a time frame. The time frames that I do note in my supplements were time frames that were recorded on the CDs themselves and on the files.
Ultimately, you were provided these times or these surveillance, but it wasn't like a month of surveillance from Walmart.
Correct.
It was whatever the detective determined was an appropriate time frame to provide to you.
Yes.
And then your job was just watch all of this and tell me if you see anybody buying cleaning supplies?
Yes.
Okay. So fair to say that if you had found someone buying cleaning supplies, you would have wrote it in your supplement there?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm just going to move on. Were there a few CDs that you reviewed in the beginning of March that initially were either the CD did not have information or it didn't appear to match what you had been requested to review?
Correct.
Did you later get those surveillance videos, the correct dates and times?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to move past that. Did you ultimately look at, you tell me, did you look at any Walgreens surveillance?
Believe so, yes.
And tell me what, if anything, you saw on that Walgreens surveillance. And I'll start with just the Walgreens at 3420 North Scottsdale Road.
3420. What
That would be,
are you looking at?
should be the next pages there.
At the Walgreens, at 3420?
Yes.
Okay. I did not see anything on that specific video, and that's on 138.
And Bates 138?
Yes,
So you, again, you're looking at this, if you know, I looked at this, I didn't see anything.
correct.
Okay, we're gonna move a little bit faster. Did you look at at this same area of your supplement, Circle K video?
Correct.
Is Circle K a place where someone might buy cleaning products?
Possibly, yes.
Did you look at a Circle K at 4101 North Hayden Road?
Correct.
Did you find anyone that you documented buying cleaning products?
No.
Did you look at a Circle K, ultimately look at a Circle K at 8140 East Indian School Road?
40. I believe I did, yes. Is that Bates number?
Let me see, yeah. Which is a continuation into Bates 140.
Would that be 139?
It could be 139.
Okay. Would that be the one at Hayden and Thomas?
You tell me, does that sound right? You worked in Scottsdale. I'm not good with these
It does.
addresses.
It's been a while.
Okay. The point we're getting at here, though, is that Circle K, did that have anybody buying cleaning products that you saw or documented?
No. it
Okay,
did
so
not.
that's the second one, Circle K there. Did you also look at some surveillance from CVS?
Yes.
And tell me again, where was that CVS?
Well, I believe that's the one that was at Miller and Indian School.
Is that within that same radius of Allison's home? Okay.
Correct. I believe that was the one that had to be, had to get a new CD for.
And ultimately, did you get a new CD? Would have been March 7th, 2015, reviewing of that CD from Miller and Indian School?
I believe so. I believe Detective Heiner was the one that provided that.
And we've heard from
Information.
Detective Heiner that he was able to, and I'm looking now for your memory at Bates 139, I believe. So again, I'm going to ask, at this point, did you find anyone buying cleaning products?
Well, if you're talking about the fifth paragraph, then yes, there was a white male that was approximately 30 to 40 years old.
And tell me about that.
That person, or that individual, was seen at 0036 hours. A white male subject was seen checking out at the front counter, and what is believed to be laundry detergent and another cleaning product, possibly bleach.
And was that information that obviously you're refreshing your memory by looking down at your written report?
Yes,
Is that information that you provided to detectives?
yes,
Again, you wouldn't have known if that was pertinent to the case or not because your role was,
correct.
is there anybody buying cleaning products?
That's correct.
Did you also look at what you were able to receive from a Fry's store at 7625 East Indian School?
Correct.
And in that review, did you find anyone buying cleaning products or anything of evidentiary value?
I believe that was one of the videos that needed to be, a newer CD needed to be obtained, I believe.
And did you ultimately get a newer CD into the beginning of March from that Fry's with limited surveillance?
Correct.
Does that sound correct? And again, anything of evidentiary value?
And there was nothing there.
Okay. We've gone through several things. I got a few more places that you looked at, but did you also look at a Bash's food store at Hayden and Indian School?
Correct, yes.
At that point, did you, well, tell me if what, if anything, you might have seen in that Bash's video?
I believe there was, someone that I did observe about 21:11 hours, an older-looking white male was wearing a white button-up shirt and dark pants, and looked like he was purchasing a gallon bottle of chlorine, paper towels, and other merchandise.
21:11 hours, that's 9:11 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you said this, but just because whether they're only the two different people that you observed in all of your review buying cleaning products that you saw from the time frames you were given.
Correct.
And we heard about this one, and then the other one was that one at 0036, which would have been the early morning of February 18th?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you documented these, you passed that information along?
Yes.
Okay. So you can't, essentially, you wouldn't know if that information was in any way probative or relevant to this case, but you did what you were asked to do?
Correct.
Okay. Now, because I've asked you about a whole bunch of different places that you looked at, and we're almost to the end of the day, were you asked to review in a similar capacity surveillance from a house at 8534 East Monterey Way, which we've heard is just one house south of Allison's?
That's correct.
We've seen some of that surveillance already, and I'm not going to ask you everything that you might have documented. More, I'm going to ask you, again, were you kind of given a sort of very narrow directive when it comes to reviewing that surveillance?
Yes.
And that was just to watch it and tell me what you see?
That's correct.
Because at that point, you were not necessarily part of that violent crimes detective team that was going out and doing follow-up interviews, were you?
Correct. I wasn't.
You were given sort of a, please watch this, you're on a desk anyway kind of duty?
Yes.
Okay. And as you went through that surveillance from that, we've referenced it as the Polito house. Again, did that take multiple days?
Yes.
And did you document any time you saw a person, potentially a shadow of a person walking by?
Yes.
Or a potential car shadow or lights going by?
Correct.
Okay. And again, you would have documented that in a supplement?
Yes.
And your supplements would be provided and available to detectives if they wanted to review and follow up on them?
Correct.
Okay. At one point, were you part of any sort of neighborhood canvass in this case?
I was.
And what did that look like?
Essentially just going door to door with another detective.
And were you given some potential questions to ask if you knocked on a door and somebody answered?
I was not. I just was with the assigned detective to go ahead and door to door.
So you were kind of the making sure that there were two people together just in case?
Correct.
Okay. And again, I've kind of covered what you did very quickly, but I'm not going to play hours and hours of surveillance that you watched. When it comes to the Polito video, were you asked to review February 17th from 6 a.m. to about 7:34 p.m. of that video? Does that sound right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
That sounds about right.
Did you ever get a ton of information about what happened in the homicide as part of your role in reviewing surveillance?
No.
By that, I mean, obviously you were asked to look for cleaning supplies, but were you told, this is everything we have so far? Were you kept in the loop on all of that?
No, it was just essentially just, okay, this is a specific task that you were given. Please do that and, let us know what you find.
May I have just a moment, Judge? I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay. And cross-examination whenever you're ready.
just a few quick questions.
Sure.
You've indicated that you found two different videos showing someone buying cleaning products,
That's correct.
and that's all?
That's all.
And anything that you found was turned over to detectives?
That's correct.
And had any property value, you expect that they would use that in this trial?
Given the amount or the small amount of knowledge, information about the case, I didn't know if that was going to direct the detectives to go do some follow-up or not.
Okay, and you still don't know the result of that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Right. Any questions from the jury for this witness? And seeing none, may this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes, Your
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
And counsel, if you could approach, please. Go ahead and conclude for this afternoon. Please remember that admonition as you go home tonight, and I'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Thank you. Have a nice evening.